And then there is one individual at the back who knows Muay Thai and will kick you out of the stage if you don't keep to time. Right? Bobina is our timekeeper as well, has graciously accepted to make sure we all keep to time. I'm pretty sure you're all familiar with the agenda. Welcome to DataFest Africa 2024. Welcome, welcome. Round of applause. Particularly to our partners, of course, the Aga Khan University and Policy have put this together. We have a whole list of partners that have made this possible. So we really appreciate everyone that's come together to make sure that this works. We have one request from the people in the team. It's a very short, very punchy 2 days, 3 days. So we anticipate that all of you will really be just fully engaged. If we ask any questions, just ask. If you have anything that you need to contribute to, we'll have the discussions, whether in the room or outside, but we just need you as fully immersed as possible. As we kick things off, we'd like you to just look at the person next to you. Just tell them, I have 2 questions for you. Depending on their language, you can speak to them in whatever language. So there are prizes to be won. Oh, now you are alert. All right, question number 1. Question number 1 to the person next to you. What is the global big data and analytics market in the world worth? I know you guys are tech savvy, no Googling. No chat GPT, no. Shout a number. 45 billion? Okay. Wrong. Thank you for adding the currency. Wrong. Who else? Yes? No? $348 billion, right? So we didn't know we were learning today, but we are, involuntarily. Question number 2 to the person next to you. So no one got that. Question number 2. How much of the world's data is user-generated? Let's shout the answers quicker than you can Google. What percentage? Random. There's only 10 percentages you can say. 10, 20, 30, 40. 95%. That's the closest. 70%. There we go. There we go. There we go. So to everyone, so again, to the person that you were looking at, for those that did not get the answer right, just look at them and ask. In their eyes. Ask this question. Are you sure you're Gen Z? Okay. All right. To anyone who'd like to put out most of the content that we'll have today, the hashtag is DataFest Africa 24. Not another one, not 2024. DataFest Africa 24. In case you feel like the conversations are a bit overwhelming as we continue, or the sessions you just want to have a breather, there's a room outside. It's room 206. And for anyone, isn't 612 is the overflow room? Yeah? Okay. So 612 is the overflow room. If you feel like the room is also, you'd want to go and follow the proceedings somewhere else, 612 is where you can go and you can still follow it on the screen. So just feel free, depending on how you feel with the room and the conversations as they continue. I'd like to call up the first speaker for today. My first speaker is Philip Ayazika, the Director of Programs Policy and super instrumental in making sure this event happened. As Philip comes, please join me here, Philip. So, for everyone who will come here, we'll try to get one thing about them. So we'll play a game through the next 2 days called 2 Truths, 1 Lie. Tell me which one is the lie. Philip, had a period in his life where he operated with a broken neck. Number 2, he has a wife and 3 kids. Wait. And 3, he plays 0 sports. Which one is a lie? That's the lie? They have a lot of faith in you.
Right?
Yeah. So he does have the family, but they're not 3 kids. Ladies and gentlemen, Philip.
A very good morning, everyone. How are we feeling? Sorry. The very first thing I'm going to mention is that uniquely, DataFest Africa 2024 this time round has a wellness hub. Does anyone know that? And I think George did mention that if at any point you feel overwhelmed or you need to take a call, you need to take a nap, please head over to our wellness hub. I think rest is resistance, so please don't fight it at any point. I know many of us have come for DataFest, but this is the work that you do every day. So if you ever feel like you need to take a rest, please step out or go to the overflow room if you feel like you need to be in a different space. Now, my name is Philip Ayazika. I work with policy as a director of programs. Now, I see very many faces in the room, and many of you know what policy does and who we are. But briefly, policy is a feminist civic tech organization. Our work and research revolves around the use of data and technology to engineer social change. Now, in the past few years that we've been around as an organization for the 6 or 7 years, we are going to be celebrating 7 years as part of DataFest. Clap for that. Now, for the past 6 to 7 years that we've been in existence, we've been documenting the experiences of women online as a feminist organization. And we know that data and technology are crucial to those. But also, keenly, we've been focused on how do we support African citizens or African people to take back control of their data, but to reimagine new ways of technology ownership. Right? I'm not going to go in depth through that. Protocol observed. I want to welcome our partners, the government dignitaries in the room. I know we do have government dignitaries from Uganda and Kenya. Many of the Ugandan government dignitaries did join us for our pre-event that we are having at the Concord Hotel to talk about the digital economy and platformized workplaces, but also to catch up ourselves on where are we at exactly when it comes to legislation and supporting these amazing people, the biggest population of young people that have gone into the platform work, which many of us call the gig economy, and are not provided support as enough. And we know that many of those, many of us and many of the young people that we live with, our brothers and sisters, are moving into that space. So over the past 2 days, we've been deliberating on those issues. And I'm also excited to mention that on the last day, we are going to have a sharing session that we shall be doing to kind of talk about the outcomes, which is pretty much exciting. I want to recognize our partners that are in the room that have supported and made DataFest a dream come true. Again, it gives me so much pride to see many of amazing people in the room. All of you are busy people. You're doing amazing work across the continent, that you left your work to come and be with us. Thank you for continuing to support us. Now, our main partners, Aga Khan University, please give them a hand clap. Rahan and the team, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for walking the journey with us and for growing this. The Mayo Clinic Platform, Power IT Solutions, Open Society Foundations, the Hewlett Foundation, IREX, Digital Justice Lab, the Local Development Research Institute, Luminate, UNFPA, Ozima, the Ford Foundation, Amnesty International, UNESCO, and Meditech. We appreciate you and thank you so much for being with us. Now, welcome to DataFest 2024, where we're going to be talking about how is data and technology transforming Africa. Now, over the next few days, we will deliberate on deliberate, exchange, relearn about issues on data, technology, and how they're driving the continental transformation. And it gives me immense pride to see hundreds of you continue to be a part of DataFest and build the policy community as we unlock the power of data, but also as we build a culture of data use, but most importantly, responsible data use. Now, why do we convene? I know you've been at several similar events. But what do we convene specifically for DataFest, which is now DataFest Africa? Of course, many of you that have been with us over the years, and this is the 5th year that we are going to be holding DataFest, which is a big deal. Now, a lot happens in the year, right? A lot happens in there. And just from last year and the previous years where we've convened to discuss, I think last year we were here and we were talking about no gender equality without data equality. And we've seen significant developments in the gender equality and the role that data equality plays. We've seen numerous initiatives that have been focusing on closing the gender digital divide, which have emerged across the continent and beyond. Many of these initiatives have actually been led by the people in this room, right? So we recognize and are cognizant to the kind of work that all of you are doing, and we are very, very confident that you are the right people to be in the room and that you can be intentional with this space and engage with everyone that is here. We continue to see the uptake and utilization of gender data to inform policies and initiatives on the continent. We also acknowledge the roles that the different stakeholders play. Now, over the next 3 days, you're going to be interacting with different populations that are in the room. Who is DataFest for? DataFest is for creatives. DataFest is for journalists. DataFest is for human rights defenders. DataFest is for academics. DataFest is for everyone. So you're going to find a whole diverse population here, with everyone bringing something on board. You're also later on going to find out that we have a data museum, which is a collaboration that we've partnered on with a Creative Garage to kind of vision what does the data future look like, but also to document what does the journey of data look like across Africa. And this is going to be an open co-creative session that all of you have an opportunity to contribute to, and it will be launched on the very last day of DataFest. Now, as we celebrate the 50th year of DataFest Africa, we recognize the rapid technological advancements, particularly the increased development, awareness, and adoption of technologies. For example, Gen AI, that many of you do use. These technologies are enhancing educational curricula, improving healthcare delivery, but also helping many of us streamline business processes. However, in this super election year, and of course it's been defined as an election year, many of us know, there's a lot of elections that have happened so far across the continent, but across the globe, and we know that there's several coming up in there. We've witnessed the negative implications of these technologies, such as AI-generated propaganda that is going ahead to influence electoral processes. This further necessitates us to have a critical discourse on this ethical use, on the ethical use and responsible adoption of AI by governments, entities, and individuals, because we do know that probably for the very first time in our generation or something, we have now the common man and everyone adopting the use of AI. But whenever I'm speaking to populations, I say, George said I'm a parent. I have a 2-year-old. So if you held a sharp knife and gave it to a 2-year-old, and in this context, the sharp knife is the AI. We know that the knife can do so much things around the house, but it could also be dangerous. Now, the young person that I'm talking about here, or the child, is a population that we do have that do not have any information on what could go wrong with the AI that is being given to their hands. So if something goes wrong, who do you then hold accountable? Okay? We continue to see that many countries are going to come up with regulation that is going to put the impact of how they use AI on the person. But then what are we doing as nations, as policymakers, to be sure that we are regulating the use of AI and that it doesn't become a problem, as opposed to being a great addition to society like it's supposed to be. Now, over the next 3 days, we'll reflect and celebrate the use of data in Africa. We have individuals and practitioners from both technical and non-technical backgrounds, including government, civil society, donors, academics, students, and private industry experts. Uniquely, 67% of the DataFest participants this year are female. Please clap to that. Which is a great manifestation of what DataFest is. Now, how DataFest began, it was a small data club that was started in Kampala. And the idea was to create a space where people come and talk about things data. And of course, at the time when we started these conversations, we even struggled to get people in the room because they were like, what do you mean? A data club, data, these are things for technical people. But we've grown over the years. We also did realize at the time that data clubs were being dominated by male people. So we said, let's create Data Ladies Africa. Data Ladies, which was a women-only exclusive club, where we were welcoming all women, regardless of your background, whether you're a social worker, whether you're doing this, to just let them know that this is a space that is not only for data science and software engineers, but that everyone has something to contribute. And of course, if I were to ask the different backgrounds of people in the room, you'll be amazed at how many people are coming into the room to pick an interest in data. So uniquely, like I mentioned, we have the biggest population being female, which showcases our roots as an organization and what DataFest is about. Because for us, we think data is a form of power. So that definitely needs to translate into how we adopt data, but also who is in the room when it comes to conversations around data and engendering data. We also have representation from more than 17 countries across the continent, with 90% being African nations, a true testament to DataFest Africa. I wish us all peace and love as we reflect and enjoy this space. As we please do explore our data museum and the tech garden. But remember, like I've said, rest is resistance. If you feel the need to rest, nap and relax, please visit our well-curated wellness hub, which is being led by our amazing human resource person at policy who keeps reminding us that you need to take a rest, you need to rest, which is, I think, an important thing. Thank you for growing this, and I want to wish you a great 3 days.
Right, we'd like to keep it going as quickly as possible. Professor George is up next. He's Associate Dean at Aga Khan University Graduate School of Media and Communications. Question. 1, his last country visited was Ghana. 2nd, his first job was as a journalist. And 3rd, he once played piano in orchestra and won an award. Which one's the lie? The second one? His fellow journalists. And last country visited was Ghana. They also have a lot of faith in you.
Thanks. Thank you, George. And as I was preparing for this, and as Philip said, I went online and asked ChatGPT, please write a speech for me. So this is what I'm going to read today. Because I'm reminded that we don't have to work very hard, work smart. So for the next 3 days, I'm hoping that we're all going to work very hard and very smart and, of course, achieve a lot. Mine is very simple, to welcome you to the Aga Khan University, the wonderful Aga Khan University. Of course, on this wintry morning, but of course, a very warm welcome. Glad that you could make it to this new home of DataFest. Of course, this is the second time we are hosting the event, and we are thrilled that we are part of this important festival. That is, of course, meant to interrogate various issues relating to data science, and particularly how to use data and develop society, to develop society and make it worthwhile for all of us. The use of statistics, of course, artificial intelligence and computer engineering to analyze large amounts of data has become key to the way we live, the way we play, and the way we interact. We're delighted, of course, again, to be part of this festival amidst the serious challenges going on in Kenya and Nairobi and the technological revolution, our own revolution, and we say, anguka nayo. Literally fall with it. And I saw young people, the Gen Zs, dancing in the streets and saying, anguka nayo. I didn't know what that meant, but I'm told that, you fall with it, but the idea is embrace it and become part of it. So this is a revolution, the technological revolution that we are going through, and hoping that it will spread across Africa, because we want change, and this is positive change. And these young people, often identified as Gen Zs and digital natives, are utilizing online platforms and data to make their voices heard, to mobilize, to agitate for change, and perhaps help advance democratic and accountable governance. While this is, of course, oftentimes seen as an urban young, and the wave has spread to many parts of Kenya, thanks to affordable online platforms and, of course, especially mobile telephony, that have made connections effective. And we hope that the spread will go to Uganda and Nigeria and South Africa, although I'm seeing that Museveni is closing some of these spaces. But while, of course, this is a networked information society, there are many of us that are worried about the disconnections that sometimes we see on these online platforms. And some of us are worried about AI, especially some of us who still use pen and paper. I had to read, this to make sure that it works, lest technology fails for me. There's little doubt, of course, that data is valuable, and science, and data science particularly, for this continent in the domains of innovative solutions to what we are facing, whether it's pandemics, climate change, food security, and numerous other matters. And last night, I'm sure some of you might have experienced the tremors and the fear that change had finally come, anguka nayo. So I thought, hey. But within, of course, a few moments, people had already shared information on that it was a tremor. And of course, then it was not a political event after all. We were almost celebrating. And I was reading also an article yesterday that indicated that Kenya's digital, about Kenya's digital divide and how pastoralists are left behind in the country's economy. And they are consequently laggards who are, marginalized to some extent. And as we know that, Kenya grapples with serious unemployment, just like many parts of Africa and the world. And, the surge of the internet from, statistics indicate from about 7.5 million users in 2014 to 22.7 million in 2024. And remember that Kenya has a very young population. This surge offers new employment avenues. The digital growth allows more Kenyans to engage with online job markets, shifting away from traditional job hunting methods and into the digital economy. And our own Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy has launched various training programs. And this is meant to raise awareness of online job opportunities, but also provide a vital resource like free virtual training and Wi-Fi access at over 200 ICT hubs. And that's what the ministry tells us. Although now we increasingly not believing what the government tells us, because they keep saying tumetenga. And for Kenyans what tumetenga means. Such programs are essential in equipping young Kenyans with the necessary skills to thrive in a digitized job market, thereby, of course, contributing significantly to reducing unemployment and fostering economic growth. As technological innovations continue to revolutionize the way we work, the population of digital gig economy, and I'm sure, the Gen Zs and the young people understand what the digital gig economy means. This has experienced an unprecedented fourth-fold increase between 2019 and 2023. And in this gig economy ecosystem, of course, platforms function as marketplaces that connect gig workers with clients, which can either, or rather, it's either organizations or individuals looking to outsource some of the tasks. And these stakeholders, whether it's the people looking for jobs or the people that are seeking to create employment, are actively investing in advancing the digital economy, which comprises key companies such as digital government services, digital businesses, digital payments, digital infrastructure, and innovation-driven entrepreneurship, along with digital skills training. And such opportunities for the young people, for the economy, are important. And Kenya is also experiencing the emergence of business processing outsourcing BPO companies that are establishing operations to serve global giants like Facebook, TikTok, and Google. And there are over 100 digital platforms in Kenya and over 1.9 million digital gig workers. This, I suppose, is very important. And we at the Graduate School of Media and Communications are involved in reskilling and upskilling of people to ensure that they remain relevant and are able to utilize the skills and opportunities to grow themselves and society. So as we, start this DataFest, please enjoy yourselves and make the most and, the best of the opportunities that are available here to learn and network. And before I leave, I would like to share, two quotes. Leonardo da Vinci said many years ago that learning never exhausts the mind. I think this is important. And Benjamin Franklin also told us that, tell me and I forget, teach me and I remember, involve me and I learn. So I'm hoping that all of you would take this opportunity to learn, to share experiences, and of course, form friendships that will last forever. And hopefully see you next year during the 2025 DataFest. Thank you and welcome once again.
Right, thank you. Thank you very much. We're off to a good start. We did mention at the beginning that even with the context that we've been given, so we're talking about collecting, governing, implementation, and uptake of data in different forms. And for that, we have, for that bit on uptake, we have innovators who are exhibiting outside, and they'll be speaking here. And we also have lightning sessions, lightning talks that will focus on thematic areas. We have our first lightning talk now. Please allow me to call Farhana Alarakia. Please join me here. Question. Two truths and one lie. One, Farhana had a pet monkey named Timon. 2, loves to dance and has no coordination. 3, has traveled to over 40 countries. Which one is the lie? People do believe you have a pet. So yes. So Farhana did have a pet monkey, but was called Simba, not Timon. Yeah.
Welcome. Thank you very much. If I walk this way, can you hear me or no? You can? That's perfect. So, Karibu Sana to all of you to DataFest 2024. Welcome to all of you that are in presence, but also all of our folks that are online. Welcome to DataFest 2024. So, it being a data event, I thought it was quite pertinent to kick it off with a fact, a data fact. So as you can see up there, by 2030, it is projected that data-driven healthcare interventions could save over 1 million lives in Africa annually. I'm going to let that sit with you for a second. 1 million lives. That is an immense number when you think about the impact that data can have on healthcare challenges on our continent. And so like Georgie said, my name is Farhana Alarakia, and I have the pleasure of working here at the Aga Khan University as the Chief Data Innovation Officer. So one of the things Georgie didn't mention is I was doing this data and AI thing before it was very cool, because as you can see, I'm not very cool. And now that it is cool, I am still not cool. But what I can tell you is that in my 3 decades, in my 30 years of doing data, I have seen it deliver unimaginable value. Unimaginable value. And what gets me up every morning when I work at the Aga Khan University is when I see the potential of EHR data in terms of what it can do, in terms of it being a game changer for the continent. But before we get into that, I'd like to set some context for you. So we know within the region, on the continent, etc., we suffer from a lot of healthcare challenges. In fact, in sub-Saharan Africa, 213 million cases of malaria annually, with the majority of that being within the East Africa region. When it comes to HIV, just in Kenya alone, we have 4.8 million people living with HIV, just in Kenya. And from a global HIV burden perspective, East Africa accounts for 25% of the global HIV burden. Maternal mortality. We still are grappling with maternal mortality. In East Africa, the average is 556 maternal deaths per 1,000 live births. The global average, 211. We are 250% higher than the global average. This is a common thing that happens every day, and hopefully will happen to the 67% of the attendees in the room at some point. And we are 250% above the average. With urbanization, we have NCDs on the rise, non-communicable diseases. On average, in East Africa, 27% of the deaths are from non-communicable diseases. And the last stat that I'm going to give you is, to top this all off, look at our ratio of total healthcare workers to 1,000 people. In East Africa, it's 1.9. The World Health Organization recommends 4.5. We are less than 50%. So now you might say, okay, you know, all we need to do is we need to invest in our infrastructure. We need to invest in our healthcare system because, you know, the high-income countries, they know how to do this. Well, you know what? I'm here to break your bubble because when we borrow, it actually doesn't always work. I'm going to give you two examples. The first example is in colorectal cancer. Colorectal cancer in Kenya is 3 times higher than it is in a high-income country. Screening in high-income countries start at 50. 40% of those that have colorectal cancer in Kenya are less than the age of 40. So we can't borrow. Another common fact that is known. 30% of human cancers are usually detected by a mutation in a gene. That gene doesn't exist in our population. So we cannot use the same care protocols, the same algorithms that you have in a high-income country. We have to innovate for our context. Given these challenges that I've walked you through, showing you that we can't just borrow, we can't just bring and import in protocols seamlessly, we need to innovate and innovate for our context. And we've done this. George walked through what we've been able to do from an innovation perspective. Think about M-Pesa. Kenya is the leader when it comes to mobile money. Like, you know, when you look at one of the high-income countries that is touted as being sort of a global leader, in the United States, tap on a device, I don't know, it's 4 years old, 5 years old, and think about 79.4% of adults use M-Pesa product. We completely skipped over that brick and mortar financial institution and jumped right to the digital age. So why can we not do that when it comes to addressing these healthcare challenges? We've done it before. And that's what gets me up every morning, is when I see the art of the possible. We are able to do this again. The art of the possible in harnessing not only that EHR data to be that transformative change, but in the context of our communities, of our countries, of our genetics. And why do I say this? If you look at EHR data, it's comprehensive. You have all of the patient information, you have lots of data, it's real, it's longitudinal, you're able to identify care gaps, whether it be within the healthcare setting or it can be within the region and the community, and you can help address it. It's cost effective, etc. There's a lot of potential there. And what your potential is by harnessing EHR data is your ability to then predict. The ability to predict and move to disease prevention versus disease prescription. And we have success stories in our region, on the continent. I'm going to give you two. I just want to make sure I get the stats properly. So the first one is in Tanzania when it comes to maternal and child health. So at the Ifakara Institute, what they did is they implemented an EHR, and it helps track maternal and child health. And you can see the stats. A 30% decrease in maternal mortality and a 25% decrease in neonatal mortality. And how did they do this? Honestly, it was simply by tracking maternal child health, being able to intervene early, and making sure that when you had high-risk pregnancies, you ensured that you had higher care practitioners. That was it. But it was harnessed and actioned based on an EHR. Another great example is diabetes in Uganda. And that's where you had the Makerere University partnering with the Ministry of Health, and they implemented an EHR to track diabetes across multiple clinics. And so not only do you have your patients receiving comprehensive care, what you were able to do is they stuck to the treatments, and you had a 20% decrease in diabetes-related complications, such as vision loss or amputations. Better data, better outcomes, contributing to that 1 million lives saved from data interventions. And so we here at the Aga Khan University see this potential. And so we've begun on our project. So we've had an EHR system in our hospitals for quite some time, but we've never harnessed that data. We use it for record keeping. So now what we're doing is we're harnessing that data, and we've built a repository of anonymized records from Nairobi, Mombasa, and Kisumu. So you're taking into consideration 3 regions. It has the typical data, your ICD-10 diagnosis, your labs, your tests, and we continue to add to this repository at a regular cadence. And so what we want to use this repository for is research. For research to help drive that number from 1 million to hopefully 2 million or 3 million in terms of data-informed interventions. Better data, better outcomes. And so we're early in our journey. We've only just completed phase 1, but I want to walk you through some of the work that we're doing. So the first is around cardiovascular disease. Cardiovascular disease is epidemically rising in Kenya. Estimates show that 25% of hospital admissions and 13% of deaths in Kenya are due to cardiovascular disease. So we pulled a bunch of data, and it's early, but one of the interesting observations, and I will say as a scientist, observation, so please do not take this for fact, is we've noticed that, I'm going to get the medical term right, the return of spontaneous circulation after a cardiac arrest, it's called ROSC, within our environments is between 58 and 67%. In a high-income country, looking at journals, it's 45%. So we are higher. We are doing this better. And what is it that we are doing that is different than a high-income country? We're speculating. We don't have all those machines that they have in high-income countries. When somebody goes into cardiac arrest, see these 2 things? That's what we use. It's hand-on-chest pumping, and that is much more effective. And so that is one of the studies that we're doing. Another one that we're doing is around gestational diabetes. This is truly looking at preventative, proactive care, right? Being able to intervene early, like they did in Tanzania, right? When it came to maternal mortality. And so gestational diabetes, as you can see from the numbers there, is high in Africa. And it has more complications for us because we do not have the type of health facilities that you have in a high-income country. However, it's diagnosed between weeks 24 to 28. And so what we need earlier diagnosis so we can intervene sooner. And so what we're working on is developing machine learning models using this data. And then the last area I want to talk about is using large language models. So George mentioned, it's been mentioned by Philip, generative AI has a lot of potential. So what if, we talked about the 1.9 healthcare workers, what if we were able to help that one healthcare practitioner that is out there in Kilifi taking care of 1,000 patients, and all of a sudden there's a cholera outbreak? What if he were able to ask in a natural question, hey, what have we done in the past? What has worked for cholera? What prescriptions, what care protocols have worked? And we're able to tap into this repository to leverage what has worked before and answer him. So it's not just him, himself, and him, but he actually has the knowledge, the history, the trends of what is happening. I've just given you a glimpse of what the potential is in terms of unlocking EHR data. EHR data, or EHRs, we have Meditech in the audience, are known to be great record keepers. They increase efficiencies, they increase productivity. You're able to automate several things. But what I'm challenging you to think about is, do not think about it as just a record keeper. I have a saying, we live in a world where we have so much data, yet we are data rich, but insight poor. We suffer from drip. And what I'm challenging you to do is, with EHRs becoming more common, do not let us suffer from drip. Let it be a transformative catalyst. Let it be that game changer and help us move towards that utopia of making proactive preventative care a reality and not something that we strive for. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that sets the tone pretty well for the next set of lightning talks. We'd like to keep it going as quickly as possible. Please allow us to call on stage Jean Irakoze, who is a Burundian slam poet fusing art with this crucial conversation on youth, data, and technology. Please join us on stage. Where's Jean? 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 Oui, toi, Jean, Changwa, Jean. Jean. We all learned something today. Welcome.
Hello and good half. So that I think makes me a star of this event is because I think I'm alone to speak in French, and I'm not excused for that, but I just congratulate me. So as he said, my name is Jen Irakoze. Et je suis burundaise, artiste et slameuse, pour les uns féministes, pour les autres activistes. Okay, my name is Jane Lakodze from Burundi, slam poetry. 1 minute?
Are we good? Do we all have
Already? Okay, thank you.
Oh, for English, good one. Yeah.
It's okay? Okay. I said, bon, je disais que je suis Jeanne Irakoze du Burundi, artiste et slameuse, et surtout, je suis une fille évoluée dans le digital. Je suis bachelière dans le génie informatique, ce qui n'est pas du tout beaucoup plus vu au Burundi quand on est fille et qu'on s'est lancé dans le digital. Je fais aussi partie du comité directeur des jeunes de l'IFAM au niveau de la région. Et surtout, je remercie les organisateurs de cette conférence. Et surtout, j'applaudis ceux qui ont sponsorisé ma participation donc, pour ici. I just congratulate you and thank you very much. So, ce que je vais partager en ce moment, c'est sur être jeune, les données, parce qu'on est en train de parler de l'exploitation des données, la technologie, parce que je suis une fille qui a une éducation dans le digital, mais aussi je vais justement profiter de cette occasion pour faire la recommandation en tant que jeune qui aimerait qu'on change de place, qu'on puisse aller de l'avant en tant que jeune au niveau de l'Afrique. Alors, comme vous le savez, ou plutôt si vous ne le saviez pas, plus de 60% de la population au niveau de l'Afrique sont des jeunes. Une opportunité, en même temps un défi. Pourquoi c'est une opportunité? Les jeunes, on est des innovateurs, des créateurs. On est en même temps des personnes qui sont vraiment inspirées justement pour apprendre. Et notre rêve est de changer l'Afrique, faire de l'Afrique en Amérique. Parce qu'au niveau de l'Afrique, il n'y a pas moins de jeunes qui aimeraient aller briller en Amérique. C'est pourquoi nous, on rêve de transformer notre Afrique en Amérique. Alors, à ce que je veux dire par rapport à ça, être jeune en Afrique, c'est une opportunité pour l'Afrique parce que au niveau du Burundi, on aime beaucoup dire que les jeunes sont le Burundi de demain. Et je pense que c'est la même chose pour l'Afrique. Les jeunes sont l'Afrique de demain. On ne cesse pas de nous rappeler que l'Afrique est le berceau de l'humanité. Si alors l'Afrique est le berceau de l'humanité, si les jeunes sont l'Afrique de demain, on devrait justement investir en la jeunesse. Et ce que nous devrons justement saisir comme opportunité, c'est justement l'exploitation des données. Si on doit exploiter les données, on doit exploiter les données parce que, après tout, il y a aujourd'hui la nouvelle technologie dans tous les domaines. Aujourd'hui, on vit dans le monde de vitesse et de lumière. C'est pourquoi alors on devrait lier la jeunesse, la technologie et l'exploitation des données. Si on aimerait justement transformer l'Afrique. C'est ça déjà mon rêve, le rêve à moi. Alors, les opportunités d'être jeune, d'apprendre de l'informatique, plutôt du digital, et surtout d'être fille, parce que après tout, il y a des domaines dans lesquels une fille est discriminée. Et c'est bel et bien le digital en premier lieu. Je l'ai vécu, je suis une fille, je sais de quoi je parle. Ce que j'aimerais dire sur être jeune et les données, je vais justement saisir cette opportunité pour dire la gestion des données. Être jeune, en même temps, c'est une étiquette qui est mal vue au niveau de la société. Je ne sais pas si c'est comme ça vu au niveau de toute l'Afrique, mais au niveau du Burundi, c'est comme ça. On ne cesse pas de nous rappeler, nous les jeunes, malgré qu'on parle que nous sommes le Burundi de demain, en même temps on nous dit que les jeunes sont de bons à rien. En même temps, on n'arrive plus à nous faire confiance. Mais du coup, si on est jeune et qu'on doit avoir ce rêve de montrer que nous sommes l'Afrique de demain, que c'est à nous de faire le premier pas pour justement faire briller notre Afrique. En même temps, on doit être de bons gestionnaires des données. C'est pourquoi alors, je remercie justement Policy et ses partenaires pour ce festival, parce que on doit justement avoir des missions dans la gestion des données, justement pour savoir, quand on a des données, normalement, on a tout ce qu'il faut. C'est quand on a des données qu'on arrive à faire une analyse. Et quand on fait une analyse, c'est justement pour prendre des décisions très sérieuses, très sages, justement pour changer ce qui devrait être changé et en même temps influencer les autres. C'est ça notre mission. Si alors on a les données, on doit justement apprendre à les gérer, à analyser les données. Malgré moi, par exemple, moi j'ai fait le génie informatique comme je vous l'ai dit, mais je ne me suis pas du tout arrêtée à apprendre de la programmation ou plutôt la gestion, les réseaux. Mais en même temps, je me suis lancée, je me suis auto-formée en tant que fille qui aimerait changer l'Afrique. Je me suis auto-formée dans l'analyse des données avec quelques logiciels comme Excel avancé et SPSS. Ça, je sais. Aujourd'hui, la décision que j'ai, je ne sais pas où vais-je trouver le financement, mais en même temps, je vais faire des analyses en ce qui concerne les défis en tant que fille, femme, en même temps le digital, justement pour que je puisse faire le plaidoyer. Parce que c'est ça que je dois faire et c'est ça que j'aimerais influencer les autres à faire. Alors, en ce qui concerne les données, en tant que jeune, c'est parce qu'on nous rappelle qu'on est des Bonariens, mais en même temps parce que il y a le chômage. Bien que 60% des jeunes sont des jeunes, ce qui fait de l'Afrique d'ailleurs la région jeune au niveau du monde. En même temps, il y a du chômage. En même temps, il y a le manque d'accès de quelques opportunités qu'on devrait avoir. Il y a l'accès à l'éducation de qualité. C'est pas tout le monde qui arrive à avoir, justement parce qu'on est beaucoup de jeunes. En même temps, il y a des actions, des accès à la santé et tout. Donc, c'est pas parce qu'on est jeune qu'il y a que des opportunités, mais en même temps, il y a ces défis. Alors, que devrons-nous faire? Si on est justement conscient que les jeunes sont l'Afrique de demain, on devrait investir justement en la jeunesse. On devrait munir de la jeunesse tout ce qu'il faut pour ne pas répéter les mêmes erreurs que la génération supérieure à nous. On devrait justement investir en la jeunesse pour que les jeunes puissent bien exploiter les données, puissent bien utiliser les données, puissent justement bien être responsables dans le digital, parce que c'est justement un défi, ne pas avoir une bonne responsabilité dans l'utilisation des données. En même temps, on devrait accompagner les jeunes en ce qui concerne l'utilisation des données, en ce qui concerne la maturité, la responsabilité. Parce qu'au niveau de l'Afrique, en même temps, on a la tendance de toujours nous léguer la responsabilité, mais jamais la maturité. Malheureusement, ça devrait être complémentaire. Alors, je saisis alors cette occasion pour lancer l'appel à vous qui êtes présents ici, de ne pas du tout rentrer de ce festival comme on est venu. On devrait justement prendre des engagements. Que pourrions-nous faire? Comment devrons-nous accompagner les jeunes? Et nous, les jeunes, on devrait justement comprendre que tout le monde compte sur nous, que ce soit au niveau de l'Afrique ou plutôt au niveau du monde, parce que nous sommes des innovateurs, nous sommes des influenceurs, nous sommes des créateurs. Donc, c'est pourquoi on devrait comprendre notre mission. Mais en même temps, aux adultes, ou plutôt aux décideurs, ils devraient justement comprendre qu'ils devraient nous accompagner, qu'ils devraient justement nous aider à saisir des opportunités. Et surtout, je compte sur les organisateurs de ce festival à construire justement un écosystème surtout numérique, pour changer des opportunités, pour continuer à apprendre ensemble et surtout pour partager des expériences. Donc, ce que j'avais à dire par rapport à la jeunesse, la technologie et les données, c'était ça. Mais comme j'ai dit qu'en même temps, je suis une artiste slameuse, permettez-moi de vous partager un slam que j'ai intitulé « The brain has no sex ». Chez moi, on dit souvent que les jeunes sont des Bonariens. Mais en même temps, on n'hésite pas de me rappeler que les jeunes sont le Burundi de demain. Paradoxe. On m'a dit que si je veux bien apprendre de l'informatique, il faudra penser à aller en Europe ou plutôt en Amérique. Mais du tout, on ne m'a pas dit pourquoi ne pas le faire en Afrique. Tant je rêvais dans l'Afrique où chaque rêve prend la vie, où chaque talent pleinement s'épanouit. Fille d'Afrique. Fille d'Afrique, on m'a dit que le digital n'est pas du tout une bonne filière pour une fille ou plutôt une femme. On a oublié de me dire que le cerveau n'a pas d'âge ni de sexe pour ne pas limiter mes compétences par mon genre. Mali, je suis. J'ai fait l'analyse et je me suis lancée. Dans le numérique, on a besoin plus de pratique que de paroles. Convaincue à travailler, j'étais plus que prête à me battre dans cette carrière et prouver le contraire de ces préjugés stéréotypes. Le cerveau n'a pas d'âge, le cerveau n'a pas de sexe. Faudrait penser dans ce contexte d'ailleurs, ce que nous sommes ne définit pas ce que nous sommes capables de faire. Le monde évolue, c'est leur affaire. Aujourd'hui, tout tourne autour de la technologie, pas autour du sexe, du continent ni de l'âge. In the digital world, we need more practices than words. Convince it to work, I was more than ready to fight for this career and prove those stereotypes wrong. The brain has no sex, no age. We have to think to these contexts. Besides, where we are doesn't define what we are able of doing. The digital or the world is moving forward. We forget that. And data and technology is the key to the future. Technology is the engine of progress. So let's join hands to innovate. Women and men, let's stand up to love and to create a better Africa. Let's join our hands to build our Africa, because in digital, the brain has no sex, no age. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Merci, Jane, pour la powerful, 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 powerful. Oscar, no pressure. So, all right. So in Kenya, we have something called the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner that was established as a result of an act that ensures personal data processed, is legal, compliant, and everything that we need it to be. The person I'm about to call is the Deputy Data Commissioner in that office. So if you've ever had any questions about where your data complaints go or how data policies are implemented, this is the man you need to catch during the break. Oscar Otieno, please join us on stage.
Thank you. Thank you so much, MC, for that introduction. And thanks a lot also, Jean Irakoze. Maybe I've not gotten that right, for that wonderful presentation also from Burundi. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yes, as I've been introduced by the MC, my name is Oscar Otieno, Deputy Data Commissioner at the Office of the Data Protection Commission. I'm in charge of investigations and enforcement. When I just came in, I looked around the audience and I saw lots of young people, and it reminded me my journey when I started my career almost 20 years ago. Yeah, and I started as a data analyst. During that time, we used to collect, I remember we used to collect a lot of data, put them together, analyze them, and send them to management for their own business decisions. Later on, I moved on to do, I joined an audit firm as a financial analyst. If I look at the roles that I used to do there while still young, it was more or less like also a data analyst, because we would collect lots of data from different data sources, put them together again, analyze all these for purposes of management to make decisions. And this one, where I used to work, we used to collect data for 8 African countries, because I used to be based in Kenya, where the central processing was happening. We used to call it the Central Data Center, and we used to collect data from Nigeria, Ghana, if I can remember, Zambia, Mauritius, Angola, and all that. And we would put them together. During that time, we used to classify data as structured data or unstructured data. So during our analysis, we would not care whether it was personal data or what. What the management wanted to know is, who is this guy that we used to call the HNIs, or the high net worth individuals. They would put that data together. We would put the data together. They look at it and they say, this person, whereas he came for maybe accounting or audit services, this one is the best person to approach for purposes of other services, probably like advisory, or we used to call it management consulting, or even tax advisory services. So when I look back, I remember I just see how we used to collect all this data without following any principles that are there nowadays. There was no data minimization. There was no purpose limitation. We would not limit ourselves to this purpose. But as time has changed, and Africa has also come up to these issues of data protection, nowadays we do classify data as corporate data or personal data. That is from a regulatory point of view. I know from your various workstations you do classify data differently, which is very fine. But now from a regulatory point of view, we have seen now these distinguishing corporate data and personal data. And corporate data has now come up to bring in new maybe jobs like the chief data officers. It has come and bring up new concepts like the data governance frameworks and all that, which is very good and very excellent for purposes of managing our corporate data. But otherwise, on the other end, personal data has been classified now as either personal or sensitive personal data, isn't it? So now, in terms of sensitive personal data, if I can give example, working in this institution, Aga Khan being more or less, whereas you're in the education sector, you are also, I know you started your journey from the health sector. And in health sector, we have data such as genetic data. We do have biometric data. All this is sensitive personal data that you wouldn't want to see them anywhere, somebody accessing your sensitive personal data. So with that, most organizations have come, most countries, most jurisdictions have enacted data protection laws and legislations. And I was just telling this story to know that, to bring in the difference. Most of the regulatory bodies that have been established are there to regulate the processing of personal data. When it comes to your corporate data, you can handle it. It is allowed in law. You can collect, analyze it the way you want. I liked your presentation. You're also showing how you're using data for various purposes. That is fine. But when it comes to collection of personal data, then now there are regulatory bodies, what we call the data protection authorities, that are coming to regulate how you are collecting, storing, and processing that data. So when in the Kenyan context, we have the Office of the Data Protection Commission that we've just mentioned. This office was established pursuant to the Data Protection Act of 2019. And actually, before even going further, this act came into being from the Constitution of Kenya, 2010. So we realized that we had started talking about data privacy and all that from as early as 2010 when the Constitution of Kenya was promulgated. And this is the Article 31, specifically 31C, that talks about your privacy as an individual and the privacy of your family. You don't want your family's information being shared around without you knowing and all that. Then we also have the, that is 31C, and D is communication. Whatever you're communicating that information is private to you. It doesn't need to be shared out there. So pursuant to that, we had the Data Protection Act of 2019, November 2019, and then an office was established upon the appointment of the first data commissioner, Madam Immaculate Kasait, who was supposed to be here this morning, but unfortunately she's out of the country. So yesterday morning I was sent to represent her. So the office came into being. It has been there since her appointment. But quickly what she did is, as an office, is to develop regulations that assist in operationalizing this act. So currently there are 3 regulations in Kenya that are helping to assist in the operationalization of the Data Protection Act. And this is the general regulations that cuts across everyone. Then we have the data control, the registration of data controllers and data processors. So if you are collecting personal data, and you are determining how you will use this data, you are a data controller, and there are other obligations within the Act, such as registration, because the government wants to know who are you, what data are you collecting, what are you using it for. Then the last regulation now is the complaints and enforcement regulations, which really basically guides anyone who doesn't follow the law. So that is the journey that we've had as an office. There are lots of things that we've done, but it's good now to mention within these regulations there are exemptions. There are exemptions, especially in sectors that we have seen that you cannot maybe process data. Well, you need to observe the principles, but now you don't need really to be regulated by this act. And this includes the journalistic areas, the research, when you're collecting data, storing it for purposes of research. And I know that that one happens a lot in the health sector. There is for statistical reasons. There is for artistic reasons, like what we've heard from our sister from Burundi. If you're collecting data for artistic purposes and for literature purposes, yeah. I think I mentioned journalism because most of them, they rely on giving personal information for public interest. So if you see a journalist doing your story, or if you see your picture there with your personal number, maybe there was a fraud that happened, so they need to tell people why they should not engage with you. So those ones are allowed in law. So lots of things have happened. As an office, currently we have about 85 staff out of 92. That's a staff establishment of about 78%. And lots of things have been going on. We do lots of compliance issues, helping data controllers to comply with the law, things to do with assessment. Anyone, any data controller who is in the room and would wish to be inspected, we can come and assist you in doing that. The registration of data controllers I mentioned, where we have currently registered over 6,000 data controllers, meaning that the journey of compliance with the data protection is increasing. In terms of complaints handling, we have handled more than 5,500 complaints, and the biggest is coming from the financial services sector, but the most sensitive that we consider are coming from the health sector and the education sector. One small complaint on the health sector, if it goes out there, there's one that we just had to put it down because we just imagined how, if the journalist picked it, what it would have done. But it was an issue of somebody in the health sector not processing data in accordance to the Data Protection Act. So those are some of the things that we've done, and lots of enforcement measures, including penalties and all that. But we are not here to penalize people. We are here to walk the journey of compliance. So those are just my remarks, personal remarks. I was not invited. Madam Data Commissioner Immaculate Kasait was invited. If you, next time when policy and Aga Khan invites me, we'll come and talk more about that. But now, since this was extended to the Data Commissioner, Madam Immaculate Kasait, she told me she can't attend, and then she gave me a small write-up to read on your behalf, isn't it? So if you'll allow me just 1 minute, this is about 2 minutes, I read for you her remarks for this conference, all right? Thank you so much. Again, distinguished ladies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. I'm pleased to join you this morning during this 5th DataFest Africa 2024 event. First of all, I commend Policy and Aga Khan University for organizing this event. I note that the event is themed Opportunities for All, Harnessing Data and Technology for Africa's Transformation. The expansion of Kenya's ICT sector has been identified as a key enabler for economic growth. As the ICT sector drives socioeconomic growth and productivity in other sectors, data plays that crucial role in enabling the entire ICT ecosystem to work seamlessly together regardless of one's physical location. In light of this, we have developed a number of policy documents emphasizing the importance of technology and data in achieving Kenya's strategic goals and promoting solutions to development challenges confronting Kenya and Africa as a whole. Part of these legal instruments is the Data Protection Act that I talked about and the regulations, which marks a significant milestone in Kenya's efforts to safeguard the privacy and security of personal data. This law provides a comprehensive data framework for collection, processing, and storage of personal data, outlining the rights and obligations for data controllers, data processors, and data subjects. It establishes principles such as transparency, accountability, and consent, laying the foundation for responsible data handling practices across the country. Under the Act, individuals have the right to know how their data is being used, the right to access their data, and the right to request corrections or deletions if necessary. Maybe to mention some of these rights are not absolute. Just while there, we've seen one sector that we've seen within the health sector that we are getting complaints from is somebody, for those who know the map of Kenya, somebody is coming from all the way from the north of Kenya, maybe Turkana, a government officer like myself. You've been transferred there. There's a border between us and South Sudan, right? I do manage the immigration there. Then I'm transferred down to Lunga, down south at our border with Tanzania. So while I was in Turkana, north of Kenya, I used to attend a certain facility. They used to collect my data. They know my history. I've been diagnosed for all these. This is really sensitive personal data that they're holding. Now I've been transferred. I'm going to Lunga down south of Kenya, and I'm requesting for my data, and you are refusing that you cannot give that data. That one under the current Data Protection Act, it is wrong. This is the sensitive personal data that belongs to this customer. You need to give him so that he can continue with his diagnosis on the other end. However, enacting legislation is just the first step. Effective implementation and enforcement are crucial to ensuring the success of data protection efforts. Stakeholders from diverse backgrounds such as government, civil society, donors, academics, students, and private industry experts must work together to raise awareness, provide guidance, and enforce compliance with data laws. This includes investing in capacity building, training, and technology to support data protection initiatives across different sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, our daily activities in economic, social, cultural, and political arenas have increasingly taken place virtually in the current digital age, making our digital footprint data about our personal information, preferences, and behaviors a valuable asset. For instance, the adoption of AI technology has irreversibly transformed how the world operates. While this data can be used in advanced analytics for financial, health, and law enforcement innovations, it also has the potential to jeopardize users' online privacy. To maximize opportunities while ensuring citizens' rights to control and make decisions about their personal information, a systematic approach to data regulation has to be looked at. Data governance is thus achieved by implementing a framework that includes policies and processes, as well as the roles and responsibilities of data controllers and data processors. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to recognize this annual celebration of data as a timely one, coming at an age of rapid technological advancement where personal data has become an integral aspect in our digital economy, offering unlimited opportunities for growth and innovation. Furthermore, the dynamic achievements such as AI, big data, Internet of Things, and more, the usage of personal data continues to expand, and events such as this one helps us to better discuss emerging trends, network, collaborate, and come up with innovative solutions. So unregulated use of emerging technology poses new challenges and risks to our personal data and has a serious potential of creating harm. And this is why data protection laws was enacted in Kenya. The Office of the Data Protection Commission acknowledges such event as critical avenues to advocate for ethical use of data while we leverage use of data to drive innovation and foster inclusive development. It is with no doubt that data is a key tool which has helped address complex challenges in the field of healthcare, agriculture, climate change, and fostering inclusive growth. Data protection authorities are therefore established to ensure that organizations uphold the rights and privacy of individuals and comply with data protection laws and regulations. The Office of the Data Protection remains committed to its mandate of regulating the processing of personal data by ensuring that personal information is handled responsibly and ethically by organizations in order to build trust in the data ecosystem and promoting sustainable development of data-driven initiatives across the continent. Ladies, in conclusion, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for your unwavering commitment to promoting effective data use and subsequently enhance trust and transparency. As we move forward, I have no doubt that this annual event of data will have far much reaching impact in Africa and across the globe. Thank you so much.
Just stay right here. Stay right here.
Sorry.
Bobina, how are we doing with time? Can we blame the government? Thank you. Thank you.
You better not.
I set you up for that one. All right. So we have the chairs here and we'd like to utilize them, but after the break, right? So we need everyone to stretch, take a group photo, grab something quickly. We'll aim to be back in the room by 10:45, please. 10:45. What's going to happen immediately? Yes, 10:45. Just a quick bite. It's a small room. I can see everyone's facial expression. Okay, so what we're going to have is when we come back, we'd like to just extract some best practices, what's happening across the continent, and kind of see where everyone comes in. Government, civil society, development partners, individuals, people who take up the data in its different forms. And we'll see how that then translates to a better world, more opportunities for people across the continent. So it's a very interesting set of conversations happening after the break. Please, 10:45, immediately after the group photo at the amphitheater. See you soon. 9, a 6. Okay, we're good, yeah. Group average is about an 8.5. Okay. So we did mention before we went on a break that we'd like to interrogate CIPIT, CIPIT, there we go. Dr. Melissa, please take the stage. I'll call on the speakers and then I guess we'll just carry over from there. Angela Odwor Lungati, Executive Director of Ushahidi, please join us on stage. Doreen Gift Bujingo, Ministry of ICT and National Guidance from Uganda. Rhonda Zelezny Green. Yeah, please. Wants to move a bit. Gotcha. Okay. Do you want to move the? Thank you. Thank you very much. Rhonda Zelezny Green, co-founder and director, Panoply Digital. Brad Newsom, Program Officer, Applied Global Health Research, National Institute of Health for the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Dr. Melissa, over to you.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm really tall, so I'm trying to bring to the mic, but you can hear me if I stand here. Okay, awesome. It's always wonderful to follow somebody like Georgie Ndirangu, right? I can put that down, but I spoke after Georgie spoke. So thank you so much. This is a really packed room, so congratulations to Policy. And our panel is really interesting. To set the room and sort of calm ourselves down, I'd like to introduce the panelists. I'm going to ask them to tell us a little bit about themselves, and then we'll dive into our very interesting discussion. Just to give you a hint, I asked all the panelists to be a little bit practical with their answers, because we're talking about solutions, right? So we need to be practical. And we've had a lot of talking this morning, so I sort of want to ground you into practical things. So we'll start with Doreen Gift. Good morning, Doreen. Do you have mics? I'm going to ask Doreen Gift Bujingo, have I pronounced that properly? From the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance Uganda to please introduce herself.
Thank you very much, Dr. Melissa. I'm Doreen Gift Bujingo, ICT and National Guidance Uganda. I'm an ICT infrastructure engineer.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Aga Khan Green. I'm the co-founder and director of Panoply Digital, a consulting firm working in the digital development space, and also the founder and CEO of Datocracy, which is providing training in the data space. And I'm based normally in Spain, from the US, and also British.
Hi, my name is Angela Odwor Lungati, based here in Nairobi, Kenya. I'm the executive director of Ushahidi. I'll tell you a little bit about Ushahidi later. I describe myself as a technologist and open source software enthusiast, but someone who's just really passionate about building and using appropriate tools to impact the lives of disenfranchised communities. I also sit on the board of Humanitarian OpenStreetMap and Creative Commons, pretty much doing the same kind of work. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Really good to be with you today. Brad Newsom. I'm a program officer at the U.S. National Institutes of Health, and I oversee our applied global health research programs at NIH. And this includes a lot of things from data science and AI/ML to climate change and health, to areas associated with how do we implement things and scale things along the translational spectrum. Work with point-of-care diagnostics and technologies across the board with mobile tech. And this area of data science has become such a huge part of our focus at NIH. Because frankly, it's the next revolution that we're all working on, that we're all working on this together, but we have a very specific focus here in Africa to support through very large funding programs support data science for health innovation on the continent. So.
Thank you so much, Brad, because you're sort of setting the pace for the conversation that we're going to have. And I'm sure you can see that the panel is a diverse panel, and it's not a manual, right? Great. So our topic is showcasing successful initiatives and best practices, how innovative data-driven solutions address critical challenges. And I would add in Africa there, because that's our main focus. Or is it? To be discussed. So we do face diverse and unique challenges in the global south, from economic inequality to ensuring access to quality education, healthcare, and sustainable resource management. And our esteemed panelists bring a wealth of experience and local insights. We'll share inspiring stories of successful initiatives and best practices and/or challenges to getting to the road of success. So that's the grounding you part. And my grounding part is over, and I'll stop talking and let the panelists speak. So the first question is for you, Angela. Ushahidi has been an instrumental company in helping communities collect and share information quickly. Could you share a specific example of how Ushahidi's technology has transformed a marginalized community in Africa? And what lessons were learned from that experience?
So now I'm going to cheat. I won't just share one example. I'll share multiple. But I think I'll start by first grounding you in exactly what our work is. For those of you who don't know, we're a company that was born out of the post-election violence back in 2007, 2008. It's actually named after, well, the Swahili word ushahidi means testimony. And that's what we've been trying to help disenfranchised communities do since the beginning in 2008. Think we exist to help people to quickly gather data, but then to also generate insights that will help them tackle issues that matter the most to them. Ultimately, what we are seeking is for local communities or people who are rarely heard to be able to share their lived experiences in ways that empowers them to support themselves or do something about it. That decision makers have access to the right kind of information and insight that will drive their decision making, again, based off of people's lived experiences. And more recently, also thinking about how community-generated data sets can become a public resource for good, that we are not only focusing on data that is coming from official sources, but that we're pairing that up with local intelligence to really drive decision making and to help us have a better understanding of what issues people are facing. So that's the work we've been doing over the last 16 years, primarily around human rights protection, good governance, election, well, I said election monitoring, human rights protection, climate change, and most of my favorite examples from the African continent revolve around elections, but I'm going to go and share a few other different ones.
Yeah, we know Shahidi because of election.
I know, so yeah, y'all can go read on the website. Let me give you other examples. So I'll take you back to COVID-19, because that was also a very interesting time for us at Ushahidi. I remember in March when the lockdown started, we're like, okay, what can we do? How can we help? Whenever a crisis pops up, everybody thinks about Ushahidi and we're like, what should we do? But then what we saw was local communities springing into action by themselves. It was them setting up the platform to set up, to track, support mutual aid efforts. It's, hey, I live here, I have resources, you don't have them, and matching them. There are others who are tracking where people were able to get COVID-19 testing services or not, to influence how governments are going to deploy those resources. And the specific examples from Kenya was one by Map Kibera, who initially began by using our platform to just document the general progression of COVID-19 in the country. But then it ended up becoming a really good geospatial resource for within Kibera around where the gaps were. They trained community health workers to use the platform to collect the data and ingest it, and they were able to install quite a number of hand washing stations in that region. I think if you all remember at that point, there was a lot of concern around how low-income communities were going to survive, and setting up hand washing stations was a really good way of helping to support that. Another example was by, what are they called? Is it Green Dreams Technology? So the government was setting up safety nets, whether it was reducing taxes or thinking about how to deploy support resources to different communities, but local farmers were not getting access to those safety nets. And they recognize that if the local farmers are suffering, then that could possibly trigger a food security issue. So they used the platform to document local farmers' lived experiences around what the challenges they were facing were, to help drive where the government could help provide better safety nets for them. Now, what did we learn from that and many of the other examples where Ushahidi has been used? I think the first one, and that is very hard for me to say as a technologist, it's not all about the tech. It really isn't all about the tech. Technology is a very, very good and useful enabler, but it is just that. It is an enabler. It cannot be the complete solution. You have to think about the people who are going to be using the technology to help drive how you design it. You have to think about what kind of data you're going to be collecting, whether it is exposing people to risks, and what you're going to do with it as well to help you design how best to make use of it. So it's a small but important piece within the larger scope of everything. I think the second thing that I'd mention as a lesson there, yes.
I think I really love those two examples, and I'll get back to your third one.
Don't worry, there's a Q&A.
I had so many lessons, but fine, thank you.
I want to keep us on track because Georgie is looking at me, so I want to make sure that I keep on time.
I'll look at you, Georgie.
Doreen, we had a little conversation in preparation for this panel with Doreen, and she's been very modest about what she's done. So I'd really like Doreen to tell us how Uganda's ICT infrastructure development has facilitated inclusive growth, particularly in rural areas, because remember we're talking about communities, and these are the communities that we normally neglect, and you've just heard that technology is just an enabler, right? So maybe give us your experience in that, and what are the main challenges that you have encountered in this process?
Okay, thank you. So maybe just to give context to how infrastructure has come to help inclusive growth in Uganda. We begin by appreciating how much government has actually invested in ICT infrastructure. And if I could cite an example that then leads to how inclusive growth comes in, the government of Uganda has laid so many kilometers of optical fiber cable, and that is reaching the different districts in the country. It's connecting local governments, it's connecting refugee centers, last mile centers like police, identification registry places, post offices where people actually go and get e-services, health centers, hospitals, to mention but a few, and even private places that actually in service delivery. So this has helped in such a way that these places, most of these places were areas that the private investor would consider low in terms of return on investment. So the government bringing the infrastructure is like a very short, like a shortcut for other people to plug in, and then finally those people get connected. And like we discussed before, and I told you that in my role as an ICT infrastructure engineer, besides the fact that I have to make sure that the policy environment is enabling, I am a lot on the ground to see how the policy then matches with the implementation. So during my on-ground visits, and trust me, I am really out of the office 3/4 of my time. So you'd be amazed on how very far deep a place that you would think maybe is not connected is actually connected, and people down there actually using internet. And you will find small cafes where someone tells you they want a total scholarship by getting to a place, a cafe that is using renewable energy, is connected to the backbone infrastructure. They got the ICT skills from that small cafe. It is community-based, like she said. It's not just about the technology, but also the community. So it is community-based. It is people in the community training other people in the community. They compete like you and I from the urban sector, and they actually take the job. You'll be amazed how you go to a health center deep down, and they're having very good drug inventory, management is okay. They actually call up pregnant people to come and do their antenatals on time because maybe they are forgetting and they're in the farms. They call them up. So in terms of inclusivity, it is amazing how government infrastructure can actually bridge that gap. And I'm not saying it is 100%, but the journey really looks good and it looks like there is a lot of hope.
Thank you so much, Doreen. You kept perfectly on time, 3 minutes. And I love how you're connecting this issue of technology, community, and the fact that it's working. So we are deconstructing a narrative about what happens in rural communities in Africa, just by those first two speakers. The next I'm going to ask Dr. Rhonda Zelenzi-Green, who has a lot of diverse experience in promoting diversity, inclusion, and I don't know what DEI stands for. The E is for? Thank you. DEI in the tech sector. What are some of the successful strategies that you have seen or implemented that use data and technology to empower marginalized populations in Africa? And maybe you can start with telling us about DEI in Africa. How does that look like? Because we know that's sort of like a Western.
Adopted and appropriated by several African feminists working in space. And so when you apply the lens of intersectionality, that are identity, tribal geography, nation, and so that becomes broader because DEI is very much Americans by that from here. So Panoply Digital and Datacracy both are organizations, our primary activity capacity building. So Angela was talking about how technology is not the end all and be all, and the human technology is the most. So my specialty in my area of expertise is facilitating capacity, so creating content space. So when thinking about this and also thinking about it from the perspective of I'm American, but I am a Black American, so have a lot in common with other members of the diaspora in terms of challenges face related to access, and so forth. And so where data is past few years, what we have been working kind of bottom up and also top down to affect change where data is concerned. So for example, in 2023, we worked with the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change on a multinational project in Senegal, Ghana, and Malawi to provide training to the governments in all areas. So from the Office of the President on down to secretaries on digital skills development, and in particular on data and responsible data management. So this pilot project that trained about 500 people is currently being scaled up in Ghana to over 1,000 civil servants there. And that is one of the specialties in terms of what we do is sustainable approaches, because for me, it is not great if I'm back doing the same thing like you see a lot of other organizations do. We want the local entities, the host countries to take this on. And so for me, I would say where intersectionality is involved with that is always meeting people where they are and drastically changing our approach to content development. I personally, like as a PhD holder, I have a lot of experience, of course, with both quantitative and qualitative data, but I'm actually doing a third master's right now in data because I want to understand even more clearly what those gaps are. And one of the things that I'm noticing is that if you are not from a white male Western context, a lot of this information that is being taught is so divorced from the realities of where we live and work. And so what I'm doing and what we do at Panoply Digital and Datacracy is create content that is actually locally relevant. And a lot of people talk about that, but don't actually achieve that. And so testament to that in terms of the impact, as I mentioned, the scale up in Ghana, but also I've been working since 2021 with the International Standards Organization in Geneva to train national standards bureaus on gender data collection, which is another major gap in contexts like these. So I can talk more about that during the Q&A, but I think applying intersectional approaches to capacity building, thinking outside the box and being much more creative than what we've seen many in this space doing. And those inputs then lead to the impacts that both Angela and Doreen was just speaking about, and I'm sure that Brad will speak about momentarily.
Thank you so much. There are three things you've said. First, you used bottom up in a way that elicited a positive reaction from the audience, which is awesome. You talked about doing capacity building and seeing an end to capacity building, not using it as a profit-making tool.
Yes.
And then you've talked about doing a third master's. We'll get back to that.
I'm a glutton for punishment, but I'm a lifelong learner.
All right. I'll ask the other PhD on the panel, Brad Newsom, who is occupying an interesting space as a funder, but also from the Western world, to sort of tell us about his work and how it focuses on advancing climate and health research through data science. And can you also share an example of how data-driven health initiatives have made a significant impact on vulnerable communities in Africa?
Yeah, actually pass that one back to me. Yes. Okay. Okay. Well, so I'm not sure if many of you know the U.S. National Institutes of Health. NIH is a pretty old organization that is the largest funder of health research in the world, and so many people have this idea that it's really just domestically focused, and that's not been the case for a long time. We've focused so heavily on global solutions through global partnerships for a reason. We've talked so much about the role that context plays in solving intractable issues of our time. And all of us are working in very different sectors, but all towards similar goals. NIH has the capacity to fund incredible research around the world, but I get to focus purely on our work that is done outside the US. And so much of that work right now through this applied portfolio, as we're all trying to learn as quickly as possible how to keep up with this data science and AI world, is I lead our Harnessing Data Science for Health Innovation in Africa program called DSI Africa. DSI Africa is a couple $100 million program that is across the entire continent, focused on utilizing data science in so many different ways to solve major contextual health problems. Everything from multimorbidity to maternal and child health, to mental health, to work with climate, to work with genomics, and the areas that data science is so tied in to all of these different areas. But speaking to the climate change, I think that if you had to say two areas of science that are at the top of people's minds more than anything else, it would be data science and climate change. You know, so while there are so many incredibly important areas, we have a center now based between multiple countries, primarily based in South Africa, between that and Cote d'Ivoire, and some work going on in Uganda and here in Kenya, around how do we utilize these very large data sets associated with climate data and start overlaying it more and more and more with health data. And some of the critical elements for this are how do we really address health inequities, from maternal and child health to finance-based disability-adjusted life year decrease, and some of the work that they're already doing, that they're already finding, that's already changing policy across South Africa is some really difficult to swallow data around how the role of heat is driving incredible decrease in life years in poor communities versus rich. Even just looking at tree cover, utilizing GIS data and tree cover data to determine your likelihood of dying of heat stroke and its intersections with maternal and child health. This is already showing very sad, but very actionable data that is driving policy change around not only how to drive infrastructure development in poorer communities associated with just simple things like getting out of the sun, and that the massive driver of differences in health, from that all the way to responsive systems that are targeted for anticipating problems with heat and driving messaging, utilizing large language models to get more information to more and more people around the implications of heat, especially associated with maternal and child health. It's one example of how data science and climate for health are all coming together right now.
Okay. I love that answer because many people think about climate change, health data, intellectual property in vacuums, right, in little silos, and you're sort of bringing them all together in finding solutions for Africa. Yeah. So I love that. I have a second round of questions for the panelists, but I want to do a temperature check with the audience. Are you burning with questions, or can you wait a little bit and hear a little bit more from the panelists? Silence is not consent. Does your hand up mean yes, we continue, or it means you have a burning question? You have a question. Is it burning? Can we do another round? Okay, wonderful. So I'm going to have them do the final round, and then we'll do some questions. And that means I'm going back to Angela. And because I've talked about intellectual property, and you've told us you sit on the board of Creative Commons, I have a question about open source. I'm currently researching on open source licensing on data sets in Africa for language data sets. Yeah, your expression it means you sort of heard about what I'm researching, but it's fine. Given your extensive background in software development and community engagement, how do you see open source technology contributing to more inclusive growth and sustainable development across the continent?
I will try and be brief now that you've added you've opened the Pandora's box around licensing. So I'll start by addressing it from the open source software side, which is primarily where we've been. I think, number one, the biggest benefit that open source software tends to provide is accessibility and affordability, right? It's really reduced the barrier of being able to get access to technology tools, and even eliminated the cost around it, right? You don't have to pay tons of money to be able to deploy a tool. I think the second thing is it being very adaptable to local contexts. The beautiful thing about open tools and open source software is that they are generative by nature, right? Like you're building on top of a framework. You don't have to start from scratch, which means you can move faster, and you can also move better based on what you learn from people. Third one that people don't tend to see as much is it actually also opens up the door for employment opportunities, because when you contribute to open source tools, then you're learning new skills, right? I think there's a study that was done years ago that tried to track people who found jobs as a result of contributing to open source tools. I'm a classic example. I started as a volunteer at Ushahidi. Here I am now. But I will say, and especially within the context of AI right now and natural language processing, this question around open and licensing is becoming a very complicated one, because unfortunately, big tech has the resources, they have the muscle, and they are coming in and I don't want to use the term taking advantage, but it does feel like that's what's going on. They're coming in, scraping all of this knowledge that local communities have contributed willingly, and then that's going into closed spaces to give them money. So it feels like there is a violation of an expectation and a value that those of us who are building have been subscribing to. And it's a conversation that's also going on around getting more African languages represented as well. So what happens when, we decide to get Luo or Luya or Kikuyu or Baganda digitized to make it accessible? Right? When you decide to make it open, will a big tech company come make use of it and then try and sell it back to you? So what are we supposed to do around licensing? That is still an open question. There are ideas around, people are calling them like club goods. You basically don't get access unless you can prove that you subscribe to the value of that community, but it's still open. I think there's a larger conversation going on about how we can use licensing as a tool to protect local communities so that we're not being extractive.
Thank you. I'm happy with your answer. But,
You're welcome.
and you're also under time, so that's excellent. I think that you've tackled the question of sustainability there, because if something is widely open, how do you then have sustainability? And those are some of the questions that AI developers are asking in the African space. So I'm glad you addressed that. So Dorina, back to you. Since we're talking about policies, maybe we'll have an open source policy. I don't know. But can you discuss any specific projects or policies that have successfully leveraged ICT to improve the quality of life for Ugandan communities? And I know you have a good one. I know.
One, maybe I have two. So I will give you the answer in two parts, and I hope I beat the time though. So let me begin with the policy one. So Uganda sat down under the Ministry of ICT, and we realized that we actually want to get to the destination, digital transformation. So we set out a roadmap to that, which has different steps, and one of the steps was to have a national data strategy. So this is Uganda sitting down, not just government, but government, private, civil society, and everyone sitting down to see how we rationalize policies, set up infrastructure, clean up the data collection processes, access, data protection, everything, to, streamline how we can actually get the best of our data, clean, utilize it, move forward. That is on the policy side. And then now on the project side, for so many decades, and I'm saying decades because the current government has been on for about 4 decades. So for so many decades, we've actually, no, don't laugh. They don't listen. So for so many decades, we've had actually poverty eradication programs, and trust me, it has been like something that the government of Uganda has really tried to have us out of poverty. But there was just one challenge with all the other poverty eradication problems. There was never data to see who benefited, how much did they benefit, what was the impact, and everything. And for the very first time, we have the parish development model. That is the poverty eradication program. And then we have the information system with it that actually tracks who I am, what is my wealth ranking, what would I use it for, increase in productivity, and it's a revolving fund, so it also tracks how I bring it back for someone else to utilize it. So it is like the first of its kind. Well, we are in the second year of implementation, so we are hoping that by the end of the 4 years, we have at least achieved the best. But for the first time, we have an actually trackable poverty eradication government program. And
I'm speechless that you actually have that. And I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes for the next 4 years. That is quite an innovative project to see. And I'm really happy about the turnaround, that they need to bring it back for others. Okay, so Dr. Rhonda, how can digital learning platforms be optimized to ensure that they contribute to inclusive growth and sustainable development in African communities?
Sure. So I was waiting for this question. I think it's working. Okay, thank you. So one of the things that has come about in the past 4 years, particularly with the pandemic, my PhD, which I did here in Kenya, so I'm so happy to be back home in Kenya after living here as a Fulbright scholar and working with communities and people, including Angela. And since the pandemic, people actually now take my work seriously. Before, digital learning was just like, okay, we don't need this is extra. And during the pandemic, I became the busiest consultant ever because people understood that when you have no choice, you need to do something. And so with that, we've seen the advent of platforms like, for example, here, although it's a global platform, it's available primarily targeted at African users called Atingi. So that's ATINGI, and that is sponsored by GIZ. So Atingi has been in existence since about 2020. And in that time, they have grown substantially to offer digital learning content in a wide variety of topics, including data and including in AI. And so one of the things that I really like about that platform is that the vast majority of the content is completely open. So if you want to take the content from there and remix it for your own purposes, you are able to do that. The platform is bilingual, so both in French and in English, but they also have other languages. And I would say that for this, I mean, it's getting much more closer to the idea of open education resources and really helping to educate people for the 21st century. So building on something that Brad said earlier, we are seeing the advent of climate and data and, of course, health. And one of the things that I'm doing with my two companies, we've recently partnered with GIZ, and in November we'll be launching 3 courses on their Atingi platform, because for us, we get to avoid the capital investment of creating yet another learning management system and get access to their platform, which to date has over 1 million users around the world, about 90% of them being based in Africa. And so our 3 courses, one of them will include climate and data, but we are looking at climate and data not just from the perspective of how data can be used to address climate challenges, but also how our use of data is affecting the climate. So thinking about the impact of generating those GIFs or photos, that costs a lot of energy, and that energy is being generated in ways quite often that is not green. So that will be one of those courses, looking at it both ways and then thinking, what can we do about it as citizen activists? Another course that we'll be releasing is on responsible data management. So I attend a lot of events, and you can just see from the social impact sector, NGO world, we're still having trouble with people knowing the best ways to use, protect, store data throughout the life cycle. And so that course is going to teach it from a very accessible way. Well, all the courses are, because I'm working only with Global South content developers and collaborating with them to provide examples from here, not from there, which is the problem with a lot of the content that's available out there. And then the last course that we're working on is a course for data for micro, small, and medium entrepreneurs. Again, looking at low and middle income countries and trying to make the best impact there. So all these courses will be free of charge. They will be open source. You'll be free to remix them. You'll be free to train on them or deliver them yourselves. And the aim for me, again, is okay, like, yes, I have to sustain myself, but what's more important is, okay, what are the next 5 years going to be? We need more leadership from Africa. We need more leadership from Asia, from Latin America, from indigenous communities, from deprived communities, even where they're found in global north countries. And we can't do that if the knowledge is in a walled garden. We also can't do that if the perspectives, and this is my critical pedagogy first master's coming out, if the perspectives of that content is largely white, Western, and hegemonic in terms of power. So I think, what GIZ is doing is a great first step. I think more development agencies need to follow their path, and we're just happy to be able to contribute to that.
Okay, thank you, Wanda. I like that you've talked about open source there, and also that you pulled a UNO reverse card, and you talked about thinking about how we are affecting climate as we are researching climate or teaching others about climate change, right? Some questions should be shooting up. Brad, you sort of answered this question. It's like you preempted me when you talked about how you bring the different silos together. But I really wanted to ask you about how cross-disciplinary approaches can integrate data science to enhance the effectiveness of sustainable development programs in Africa, in your personal experience. So you sort of hinted on this. So maybe this is, you can sort of expound a little bit.
I have another example.
Oh, wonderful.
Well, and this example is very close to my heart, and it should be close to your heart, because out of the 7 centers of excellence for data science around the continent, one is here at AKU. And I get to work with Farhana and her team. I get to work with We've got a couple people here in the audience that are working with our Uzima data science program. And as a funder, when it comes to development, first off, NIH is a research organization. We're not a development organization. But as you can imagine, for all of the work that we do through our global health programs, we have a sustainability mindset. And it's because it's valuable to us, but it's also valuable to everybody in this room, too. But as we've discussed on multiple occasions, context drives everything. So as a funder, my biggest goal is to say, this is critical. Give me a plan. I'm not going to tell you what the plan should be. You give me the plan for your context. So we've seen how this is done for driving sustainability in so many different ways across all of our centers of excellence, all of our other programs and our training programs that we support, all of our smaller targeted research programs. But through these centers of excellence, one of them being here, focused around maternal and child health and mental health primarily, they have taken the coolest interdisciplinary approach to driving change. That brings together, of course, data scientists, data innovators, journalists, public health representatives of all sorts, community members in the community, not just purely the higher level community leaders, all working toward a common goal, not to say just that the scientists are the interdisciplinary nature of what drives actual change. It's everybody is invested in this together. We need the information from everybody. We need the context from everybody. We need to be able to see how we all come together, formulate important scientific research to drive important scientific outcomes, and to make sure that people care about it, people like it. The likelihood that it'll be uptaken into change and policy is more likely when you got everybody at the table. These different approaches paired with critical research capacity building, like so many of us are working on, are all these different elements that even us, not as a development agency, can still work together with you all toward those same goals. Because we've got to have the minds trained and prepared. We've got to have the resources available at all stages of a career to get you from your training through that middle ground all the way to your independence as a scientist, a data scientist in this case, and having the infrastructure in place to continue these ideas from an idea into actual public health impact. So AKU, you're doing a great job at that.
Now, if I was AKU, I'd put that in my narrative report.
Can we apply for the next grant?
Yeah.
Exactly. Renewal. Okay, excellent. So we've come to the critical part of the panel session, which is the Q&A. I've asked them 2 questions, 3 minutes each. That's 6 times 4. I'm not good in math. I'm a lawyer. You know what that means. And we have 50 minutes. That's why I'm looking at Georgie. Georgie, I still have time. Thank you. So the burning question with the lady in the wonderful, colorful top, she'll be the first one. The gentleman in the colorful top will be the second one. Now I need somebody in black. You'll be the third one. We'll take those first 3 questions. Is it burning? Is it burning? There's another round. You want it in the first round? Okay. We'll stop there. And then everybody else can think about the second round. Please do not be Kenyans. Yours should not be should be a question, not a comment. A question, not a comment, okay? If it's a comment, you can find them at lunch or after the session. Ask a question. A question ends with a question mark, and it means you are eliciting an answer back. So do not comment, please. So I don't know if there's a roving mic for the Q&A. Okay, and then we can start with the lady on the 3rd row right next to the camera. Thank you. And please state your name and your affiliation. That would be great. Gives us context to answer.
Thank you very much. I'm enjoying the panel discussion. So my name is Penina Susan Igaga. Everyone calls me Penny, and I'm from Barefoot Law in Uganda. I'm a lawyer by profession. My question goes to Rin. And you spoke about digital transformation, which is brilliant because I believe one of the main features of digital transformation for me is customer experience. When coming up with something, at the end of the day, the last user, who's the customer, I believe should be able to benefit. So in this case, my subject matter would be the women. And you mentioned a lot about you moving within the communities and being able to interact with them. We know for a fact that even in the digital era, women are left behind. And now when it comes to digital transformation, I would request that if you could highlight how the government is working towards ensuring that these women are not left behind. We may move forward when it comes to digital operations, business model transformations, but the customer experience is key, especially for that lady within the grassroots communities whose only gadget that she holds in high regard is not even a smartphone, but a button phone. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. Please pass the mic down. There's a question right here.
Thank you very much. My name is called Hawi Rapido from Kijiji, and I'm also the Secretary General of the Internet Society of Kenya. I know you worked a lot with the Ushahidi and the Uchaguzi and also the COVID-19 project. But my question is, I've moved around and the community projects that we are doing, especially on the community networks. And one of the biggest challenge is always collection of data, especially when you're working with teachers. So my issue is about if data is oil, how can we make it better to collect? Because we've realized that data is lagging. There's no structured way of doing it. Two, we've realized that the data is not moving and it's not being used. So how can we make use of this? And how can we make sure that community-based organizations and business are able to replicate this and bring it back to this sustainable development? Sorry for taking time.
No, that's fine. Thank you. That's a question for Angela.
Everybody.
Everybody should answer it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Eric Ndaula is my Hello. Hello. Yes, Eric Ndaula is my name. I come from Uganda. My question goes to Doreen. So Doreen, from your perspective, or from the government perspective, what do you think is the culture of using data by government institutions when they're making decisions amidst misconceptions, fake news, and morality and perspectives of the people, and reliable data that is available when they're making laws or when they're making decisions for the public good? Thank you.
Eric, just repeat that last part. You said how government uses data-driven, how it makes data-driven decisions.
Yes, how the government amidst fake news, misconceptions.
Thank you. We have the last question here.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Frederick Odhiambo. I work with the Economic and Social Rights Center, Haki Jamii. It's a human rights-based organization. And my question goes to Rhonda and Brad. I work with two groups. I work with adolescent girls, and I work with marginalized communities, maybe in ASAL areas. These are a group of people. These are two distinct group of people who are the most affected groups during the COVID pandemic. We have the adolescent girls and we have the marginalized communities that those people who have informal education. They are educated, but informally. They have information. My question has been, how do we integrate? Because we are talking about the major problem now is climate change, and it's really affecting issues to with maternal health that has really affected the adolescent mothers now. And this group of people, they have information, but they're the most delicate groups because the way to express that information to influence data-driven intervention is the problem. I have elderly men who have indeed organic information on how we can have interventions on effects of climate change on health and building resilience, adaptation, and mitigation measures. But we don't have a proper channel of getting this information so that it can influence the data-driven interventions. How do you ensure that this group of people who don't have access, like my sister said, they don't have access to the mobile phone, to the internet, but they have information, very nice information to influence mitigation. How do we ensure that we incorporate them in our systems and in our data-driven research that we are doing, and they become the center of intervention. Their ideas are incorporated in the technological interventions we are having. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Okay.
Frederick.
Sorry, Frederick Odhiambo. Thank you, Frederick. Okay, we'll take that first round of questions. Who's ready to answer? Doreen, you have 2 questions. Do you want to tackle them together? Do you want to answer one and then go to the next? You want to tackle them together? So we can save you for last? Thank you. So who wants to start? Thank you, Angela.
Okay, this mic has refused. Okay, this one works. I might end up, okay, we have 9 minutes. I'll try and be brief. I'll try and tackle both Howie's question, and it will kind of answer yours, Frederick, as well. So one of the key things around making sure that you are engaging with local communities is by, first of all, meeting them where they are. Right? I think one of the biggest misconceptions for those of us who work in the data space is assuming what data literacy means, that it has to mean that you can make use of SPSS, so that you're proficient in working with PDFs and Excel sheets, and it really isn't about that. Meeting people where they are is understanding what tools do they use to consume data. If it's radio campaigns, that means you're going to have to transform whatever insights you got and figure out how to get it through the radio to them, or working with local community groups. I think the second thing is driving relevance, right? So identifying what are the things that the local community understands that needs to share, and in what form would it be better for them to be able to share that? And second thing, what gaps do they have in their understanding, so that that'll be something that they are seeking to make use of, right? And I think it's, to Howie's point, yes, we're living in a world where we're talking about how data is driving decision making, data is the new oil, but
No, data is not the new oil.
It is not, okay.
But I'm just wrapping you up. You have 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Meet people where they are, and use them to drive your relevance around what to collect and what to build.
Thank you, Angela. I'm sorry I'm rushing the panel, but when you have 5 minutes. So Brad, 1 minute.
Okay, so on this question, I would add, I love this idea. One critical element, though, is we can't use a one-size-fits-all mechanism for reaching people smartphone-based in Nairobi versus in very, very rural areas. For instance, we've got these campaigns through DSI Africa around giving data a voice, making it accessible to people wherever they are. The journalism team, helping journalists understand how to interpret data, how to make it make sense to people at all levels. These things are hard. These things take time. But helping people to understand what their data are used for, how it benefits them, not just these scare tactics that we often get in the midst of like, oh, okay, we've got another data leak, or all the concern around it, helping people to see how beneficial their data are to making the whole world better, including them. but making sure that they are at the table from the beginning. So that's
Perfect timing and a wonderful answer that centers people. Great. Dr. Rhonda, 1 minute.
Sure. So replying to the data culture question that you asked, I just wanted to note in our work in Ghana, Senegal, and Malawi, it did not really exist. And one of the things that we had to do and prioritize was soft skills training for data and digital leadership. So getting people to understand the importance of that. Like most of the people that we worked with when we started out, they wrote everything down paper-based. Nothing was digital. And so making it a habit, kind of flexing a new muscle and skill set is going to be important. And that leadership can start anywhere within the organization, but making sure that that is available. Then in speaking with you, what you said about girls, which is one of my areas of expertise, and how they can work when they may not have digital devices. Data, as I know from my PhD, you don't have to digitize it. Data can be paper-based. You would probably want someone that you can train up to be a data interpreter. So you don't need everyone to be fluent in communicating about data. There can be people who serve as interpreters. You can also have data community managers. And one of the things that's most effective is taking that data, whether it's paper-based or not, and communicating it visually. So I think after this, there's a workshop on data communication and advocacy. And also I can plug to you Equal Measures 2030. I'm working with them right now on data advocacy and the training that people need to do exactly what you're saying. So using gender data in particular.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rhonda, also for plugging another workshop. Doreen, this is tough. You have 1 minute to answer those two questions. I'm sorry.
I think that's not very fair, but I'll just maybe bring up examples. They'll be the shortest answers. So making sure that we're not leaving the she behind in digital transformation. Ministry of ICT has actually done a lot of work in terms of setting up hubs, and these hubs are usually partnered with development partners like policy. Now, most of these development partners actually have the she at heart, and a lot of these programs have actually really targeted ladies. And now that is for the Gen Z, and then for also the local communities, we actually have programs that even distribute devices to farmers, and most of the hard workers actually women out there in the communities. So they're actually being reached. And then in terms of data use in government and vis-a-vis the perspective that is out there, and I will beg for his attention. It is quite a journey, but I'm telling you the government is taking a plane to that journey, because it is moving from getting all services digital and electronic, and that is having information systems in all the different sectors. And as you can see, it is also employing people who actually have the skill, so that, we can phase into data harnessing and all. And then we're also moving to investing into information systems, data integration. You'll be amazed. Maybe you can visit the Ministry of ICT page, and we can also have a discussion about it.
I always love when a panel discussion ends with, you can go to this workshop, we can have a discussion about it. So I'd like to thank our panelists. They've centered community. They've talked about how technology is an enabler and not the main focus. And they've destroyed notions about silos and about what is going on in the communities in rural Africa. Asanteni Sana, thank you so much to this panel. And thank you to the audience also for listening.
And thank you to the moderator.
Thank
for
you.
the moderation.
Over to Georgie.
Dr. Melissa, thank you very much. I see you coming for my job as a fantastic host and moderator. Okay, so the first panel spoke on best practices. We're about to move into our second panel. Just to note, there are a few individuals in the room who are part of a separate session, Strengthening Design Governance for Safer Online Spaces in Kenya, hosted by UNESCO and Ushahidi. That's happening at UC 411, the case study room. So please make your way there. For now, let's all kindly stand. So the data and tech space is riddled with two things. On the negative side, we have a lot of ambiguity. And okay, we need to, this is not working, so there's that. And then on the other side, there's a lot of opportunities across the continent for things to go as we desire. So let's put your hand like this. Benson? Yeah. Let's do something together. Do as we do. So you're supposed to have one hand like this and one finger like this, right? Some of you have played this game before in a different session? Okay. This finger is supposed to escape ambiguity. But this hand is supposed to grab opportunity. So escape ambiguity as you grab opportunity. Excuse me, I thought young people are energetic and can do two things at the same time. Okay. So when we say 1, 2, 3, your aim is to grab the finger. But the other person's aim is to avoid being grabbed. Right? Okay, thank you. Thank you. So we'll do a trial. Not yet. Okay. Okay. We have to reach 3. When you hear 3, all right. 1, 2, 3. Who was that? Oh, there's an opportunity there. 2 opportunities. Okay. Okay, now we get the gist. We get the gist? Okay. Hands up. There, yes. There, you get to win a brand new Kia. It's outside. No. It's nothing. Look, oh, fake news. When you hear 3, you grab, right? 1, 3. So, wait, hold it. Hold that opportunity. Please lift it higher. So for those who have the opportunities, okay. For everyone else, kindly sit down. This looks like the African Union posing for a picture. All right. On the seat, 1. Thank you, check. So the next panel is supposed to map out the way forward. So we'd like to do it this way. Imagine you're seated on these same seats, DataFest Africa 2025, right? Finish the sentence for me. Data, the practitioners and stakeholders in the data and tech space in Africa were able to achieve
inclusion, sustainability,
development.
Please make sure you note those answers because we'll be in this same room.
Sustainability.
You cannot repeat an answer.
safer space,
Safer space.
training,
You could please sit if you ask the question, if you answer. Information. Solutions. What about policy? Sir, that's the ambiguity we're talking about. We'll come back to you. Please keep still standing. Accessibility. Diversity. That was said before. Actually, let's hear from Uganda. Okay, keep standing. Okay, clearer. You almost let Kenya down. Okay, data governance. Awareness. Fantastic. Keep standing. Keep standing. Co-creation, collaboration, same. Okay, you came as a pair. Okay, it's been said. I guess there's only so many things we can say, huh? Oh, love that. Please sit down. Innovation and clarity in policy implementation. Okay, there we go. Creative insight, representative from Uganda. Love it. Please keep standing. Kindly sit. Partnerships, aim as collaboration and co-creation. Please sit. Accountability, we love it. There we go, same. Digital advancement. Okay, please keep standing. Okay, kindly all sit apart from you, the two of you. Sorry? Policy building. Now I know why you wanted to stand at the back. Okay. Okay, you keep standing, you keep standing, all of you sit. Are you okay, sir? Data safety, love it. Reviews of policy, love it. Okay. Please sit, please sit. For intentionality. Oh, we are together. EAC, I love it. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Please lock that in. Lock that in as we continue to discuss what the way forward is, right? So right before we go for lunch, this panel is standing in between you and your lunch. So we need you all to stay as attentive as we've been for the previous session. Our moderator is Yosra Kalali, Senior Advocacy Officer at NIEL. Please join us on stage. Our speakers, Dr. Grace Gedaiga from Kiktanet, Faith Nima, a fellow at Aga Khan University, and Prima Birunji, Partnership Coordinator for the Legal Innovation Hub and Digital Ambassador for the program. Is the program alumni? Yeah, please join us in front. Are we all in the room? Okay, no worries. For everyone who's supposed to join, the Strengthening Design Governance for Safer Online Spaces in Kenya, co-created by UNESCO and Ushahidi, yes? Or one speaker come? All right. For anyone who's joining the other conversation, it's right outside at room 411, the case study room. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. Is it working? Okay. So welcome to actually the second part of our panel discussion on how is data and technology driving inclusive growth and sustainable development in Africa. This topic, as you know, is not only timely, but also it's crucial for the future of Africa, of our continent. Okay, great. So happy you joined. My name is Yusra, and I work at NIEL. For whoever who don't know NIEL, we are an international advocacy firm. We work on public affairs as a public affairs agency founded in Dakar in Senegal, and we work to promote advocacy research on different thematic areas based on the different topics that we work on, and with the project that we are implementing collaboratively with the governments, with civil society organizations, with private sector, and also the public sector on artificial intelligence, on data, on women and youth empowerment, but also on social inclusion. I'm honored to moderate this session today. As this insightful session, I'm sure that all of you will be curious and also will be having questions to our panelists. That I'm very happy that they are all female, and that will give us also a great overview of their perspective as key actors in data and in data sector from their own expertise. As you know, this discussion comes at a very important moment when we have a lot of changes that are happening in our continent, in our countries, across the different, across the continent, and it's very important to highlight what data can play in these changes. I invite you all to be to engage thoughtfully, critically, but also constructively, so that we have a very insightful session today. And without further ado, I would like to introduce our esteemed panelists. Each will provide their perspective, as I mentioned, on the topic, followed by an interactive session that you can ask questions and also share your thoughts and your opinions from your own expertise and from your own knowledge. I will start by Dr. Grace Gitagaya, and I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly, who is representing Kiktanet. She's also a leading authority in Africa tech policy and also an expert in stakeholders engagement. I would like to hear more from her later about her experience, but we have also with us Faith Nima, who is a PhD fellow in Aga Khan University here, so we are in your home. And she's also specialized in applied machine learning to develop predictive models. She focuses on innovative data-driven solutions to improve maternal and also childbirth health in vulnerable African communities, especially in Kenya, as assumed. And also we have with us Birungi Prima Elizabeth, who is a partnership coordinator legal innovation in the Legal Innovation Hub, and also she's the Digital Ambassador Program, an alumni of the Digital Ambassador Program. I liked very much Birungi's bio, where she considers herself a student of the world, and I'm very curious to know more about your research work that you do and about the program and how you combine the legal and technology expertise in your field. I will start with the questions to Dr. Grace, and as you are representing Kiktanet, we know that Kiktanet prioritizes a multi-stakeholder, effective multi-stakeholder approach, participation in ICT policy, related activities, and also initiatives. We would like to hear more from you if you can tell us about your work, and also how are you convening power to harness the potential of data and technology in the development of policies in Africa. And bear in mind, this is the first question only, so also for our for the participants to ask their questions. So over to you, Dr. Grace.
Okay, I'm really pleased to be here this morning, and actually very excited that DataFest is happening at a defining moment in this country, where we have seen the use of tech for digital activism and for demanding democracy, especially from young people, where we have seen young people using devices as their weapons when they picket. And the big question, those of you who are not from Kenya, you may not understand, but there is a phenomenon, and I'm glad to see Oscar here, the Deputy Director from ODPC. There is a phenomenon that has come up that we call it kusalimia, greeting. Greeting anyone who has been identified as either breaching a certain law or being seen to be corrupt. And the greeting is that phone numbers have been shared online. That raises a question of data and data protection. So I know even Oscar, I'm sure you were greeted also. Because I was with the Immaculate, and even as we were sitting, she kept saying, "Oh, the greetings are coming. The greetings keep coming, you know." So there's the question that has been raised as, should that data be shared? And I can tell you we don't have hard and fast answers, because we've been asked, as people who advocate data protection and privacy of data subjects, we've not been able to come up with a concrete answer, because on the one hand, the greeting is actually bearing fruits. The leader of the opposition in this country was actually greeted, and in less than 24 hours, he acquiesced and said, you know what, I'm not going to participate in those conversations. So there are questions that are being asked. When I came in, I was listening to this space. Again, space has become very critical in this country. And they were saying, we need to greet certain people. I won't say who it is, but they said, very soon we'll be greeting them. So as KICTANET, we are a multi-stakeholder think tank that works in ICT policy and regulation. We bring different stakeholders together to dialogue on an issue, especially an issue that has been highlighted by stakeholders as needing attention. And therefore, we bring the different stakeholders on the basis that each stakeholder has a role to play. One, for civil society, when the internet came about, civil society was very critical in providing information. The businesses provided the infrastructure. They still continue to provide the infrastructure. We have other bodies like the Internet Society and the International Internet Electronic Frontier Foundation that come up with standards of how we operate on that internet. And then lastly, government has come in quite lately to provide that space for us to operate on that internet in a way that, in a way that has rules. But that's why it's called internet governance, because the government cannot determine those rules alone, and so different stakeholders come on board. Why multi-stakeholderism? It is because there's that recognition that each stakeholder has a different responsibility and a different role on this table called the internet. So everybody who participates in the internet has that role, and therefore they sit on that table. So in terms of data for this country, we work very closely with other organizations that are working in data, and they are drawn from different sectors. It's civil society, it is the government, it is the businesses. And so what our role is to convene, to bring different stakeholders together so that we are able to dialogue on different data issues. The other thing we do is that we provide evidence that in our policy advocacy, we don't just, like in Kenya, they like saying, kuchapa gumzo. We don't just talk, we provide evidence. And in that sense, we have done a lot of research in data protection and privacy from a gender perspective. We have provided a guideline on data protection and privacy. We have recently, when there was a conference in this country of the network of data protection authorities, and we assessed the data protection law in Kenya. It's going to be 5 years in November, but we were able to assess the law, how effective has it been, what are the gaps, and that report was actually launched during that conference. And again, it derived a lot of comments from the different stakeholders, including the ODPC, even though the ODPC said there was a bit of criticism, but that's really identifying a gap that needs filling, that needs areas of strengthening. So we do a lot of that. We also train, again, in our convening role, we train especially women on data protection. You find that so many women, and actually I will say that this was prompted by a case that was brought to us. Women share a lot of data online. You have your baby bump, you put your stomach out there, you have your children, you put their names out there, where they go to school. So someone is very easily able to triangulate that data and actually start harming you. So we do a lot of training again in that data, and I think I want to stop there because of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Grace, for highlighting the fact that by harnessing the power of data, you are able to provide not only just like reports, as you said, but also evidence-based recommendations to policy and decision makers so that they can formulate inclusive strategy at national level, but also at regional level. Also, thank you for showcasing the importance of collaboration between you and the different stakeholders and how everyone can bring up something to the table to drive sustainable use of data and also to improve the well-being of people. I'm so afraid now when having a baby to use the social media because of this reason, and as much as we try, I think, to protect, there's still a lot more to do, and that would be my second question to you after Faith, who will be telling us more about her research, because she's focusing on improving maternal and childbirth, newborn, but also the child health in vulnerable communities in Kenya, I think in African communities. And my first question to you, Faith, is that based on your research, like focus on using machine learning to improve maternal and childbirth, what strategies should be prioritized to ensure that marginalized communities, among them women and children, can benefit from the progress that we witness today in technology and also in data analytics? Over to you, Faith.
Okay, thank you very much. So on the strategies that we can use in order to see these technology are being used in our community settings is to first create awareness. Remember, you are dealing with people in the rural areas who do not know what is maybe machine learning is or what is data science. So first of all, we need to create this awareness so that these people, they can know what is the benefit of using maybe data science methods in improving maybe their health. And also, how can these tools be used effectively so that they can solve the problem that they're facing in order to improve their health outcomes. So one way of creating awareness, as we one way that we are implementing here is to create radio programs whereby we do have informative program to talk to the audience, to explain to them what are these data science tools that we are using and how can they be used to benefit them. So that is one way. Another way is to invest. We need to invest in infrastructure that can provide these digital tools and also internet access. Remember, in the rural areas, as someone here had mentioned, that we have these mothers who have only kadundas. I don't know the best word to describe that kind of phones, whereby they don't have, yes, they don't use the internet. So how do we ensure that in the villages we have internet access, and how do we ensure that we have these tools that they can be used to create solutions to create solutions to the problem that we have in the society. So I think it's about the government and other stakeholders to come out together, hold hands together, to ensure that we invest in such infrastructures in the community, in our communities. We can also do that in our schools. We can have school programs where we can have computer labs whereby our children will start learning this technology at early stages, maybe in primary stages, so that after maybe they have this knowledge, they can go back home and try to explain what they have learned to their parents. So that's can be one way of creating awareness. So another thing is to ensure that we have the inclusive design, whereby we include different stakeholders to come together and just to try to discuss about the issues that are facing our communities and to find solutions that are relevant to our context. So I think that's just the few, some of the ways that we can use to see that these technologies are used effectively in our societies or communities.
Thank you very much, Faith, for highlighting this. I think the main issue that we all share here is accessibility and how marginalized and vulnerable communities can have access to technology while we're still talking about people, they don't have internet, they don't even maybe have a national ID. How can we talk about personal data when people, they don't have access to national platforms? You also highlighted the importance and the change that we can make in the education programs, and how can we include data programs or knowledge sharing, like training programs for in the education sector, starting from primary school, which will maybe not only contribute to the change now, but it will contribute to change in generations that will come when they have these informations and this knowledge since even the kindergarten, when we say changing mindset and mentalities. And this will bring us also to know and to wonder what are our boundaries in this use, and that our legal expert here will talk about Birungi Prima, who is, as I mentioned, she considers herself a student of the world, consistently learning and learning and relearning. Thank you very much for sharing this as a very empowering sentence for all of us. And I would like to know, Birungi, as everyone in the room, from your legal and technology expertise, if you can tell us how regulatory environments can be adopted to foster a conductive ecosystem for data-driven initiatives while ensuring privacy, security, but also the ethical considerations in this use. Over to you.
Okay, thank you so much for that question. I consider myself a student of the world because there's so much to learn, isn't there? We are here and we are learning so much, like we are from all different backgrounds, and it's just interesting to meet people from different backgrounds. On to my question. So there are conversations that have over time become easier to have. And so the most obvious answer when you ask about regulation and legal frameworks would be have comprehensive data laws, have comprehensive cybersecurity laws, and all of these things have ethical considerations when coming up with these laws. And we really have to understand the balance that the government always has. Like, they have to balance the rights of the people, but as well consider how do we drive development. But I think those conversations about the laws and how countries should have laws that regulate these things have become much easier. And now the more difficult conversations we need to be having is actually understanding what kind of data are we regulating. And for me, I want to focus mostly on the free flow of data across Africa, because I think that's very, very important, right? So when you look at the Data Protection Act of Uganda, the Data Protection and Privacy Act of Uganda, you look at that of Kenya, you'll see that most times when countries are drafting these laws, they care so much about the localization of their data because it feels safe when your government can control your data. Recently, we had an incident in Uganda where a transporting service, Safe Border, had issues with, there were the allegations that they were selling data outside of Uganda. But you see, it becomes challenging. Like, data is not important if it can't move across countries. Like, that's how we are able to actually foster innovation across boundaries. That's how innovators, for example, in South Africa, might be able to understand the Ugandan market, right? Because that data has to be able to move. So when you look at regulation, you want to understand that there is personal data, and now most of the laws that we have are mostly regulating personal data. But there is no sort of consensus on regulating non-personal data, which is also very, very relevant. Non-personal data includes things like, analysis from the weather, stock markets. It could also include data that was previously personal data, but has now been anonymized, and now it's no longer it can't be traced back to a person. And that is very important in, for example, understanding markets, in research, because now you can't tie this kind of data to a specific person, and that really feels safe, right? But there is no sort of regulation right now in Africa that does that. While when you compare that to our counterparts, like in the EU, you see that they've the grand law that we really look at most times when you look at when we talk about data protection is the GDPR. But you see also it is very specific on personal data, right? But the kind of advancement that the EU has recently come up with is that they now have like a specific law that deals with non-personal data and how that flows around the EU. What that has done is create safety for the countries within the EU, because remember, our conservativeness as Africans, we think like, for example, as Ugandan legislators, I feel safer if I can control the kind of data, like the Ugandan data, right? I don't feel safe if the Kenyan market can access Ugandan data, right? Now, what the EU has done is to create a regulation. And you see, there are also so many misconceptions when we talk about regulation, because when you hear that your area is being regulated, in your mind, you hear restriction. You hear, I can't go into that market. Now there is so much I cannot do. But you see, what regulation does is also create safety. And remember that, as I said in the beginning, the government has this balance to make in regards considering development, but also actually protecting the communities, the people they serve, because of the social contract. We somehow, in the social contract, give some of our liberties to the government. In exchange, we expect protection. So that's how regulation can be important. But the key argument that I make here is that there needs to be a sort of recognition that it's not only personal data here that is important for Africa's development. We now have to understand how non-personal data, which is currently not regulated, which is currently being utilized, however, at a point that the government does not have control over, right? So again, our worries are still, like the worries of the different African governments are still very much present if non-personal data is not being protected or regulated. When you look at our regional blocks, some of these regional blocks actually have privacy laws. When you look at ECOWAS, when you look at SADC, they have a model law on data protection and privacy. But again, none of these things actually look at non-personal data, which is so important. The last thing I really want to say is that for this free flow of data to happen, there needs to be, in international law, we call it reciprocity, right? I need to feel that if I'm giving you something, I receive a certain sort of equal treatment, right? And the current problem we have in Africa is that our laws, because of the localization, principle that we have, is that our laws are so different, so we are so fragmented in terms that if my government even considers my data to cross over to another country, we have to consider their laws are different. They will not give it the same protection. Now we need to have that conversation as Africa, and I recognize the Malabo Convention that has recently come in force in 2023. But you see, even that is very much protecting only personal data and only looking at things of like cybersecurity. So we need to expand the conversation in terms of what kind of data it is we are dealing with, but how do we allow it to freely flow across Africa so that I can tap into market in another country. Like in my other life, I vlog about natural hair. And if I want to, for example, get clients in another country, there needs to be some sort of free flow for like my content, but also how do we exchange money? Like e-commerce then comes in, and then that regulation comes in, and then, all these sort of things. So I think that the most important thing we need to recognize is data needs to flow freely across Africa, because if it's just in our country, it is stagnant and we are not using it as much as we should for development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prima, for highlighting this. I would like us actually to continue with you, as you have already mentioned a lot. I know I'm not giving you a breath, but you will take it later, to really give us a concrete example from your experience where legal innovation has significantly contributed to promote social justice and sustainable development, either in your community but also at national level that you know.
Okay, so I made some very interesting notes because I had so many answers. So just allow me to flip my book. But I can say some offhand as I get there. So I have a friend, a very interesting friend of mine. She recently came up with this tool called Lobot Africa. And what this tool does, so access to justice is very diverse. When we talk about access to justice, we are looking at like the different stakeholders, right? You're looking at the people who provide the service, but then you also look at the people who receive the service. And now, so legal innovation can look like how do we empower lawyers to be able to deal with new justice problems, but also how do we empower the communities to be able to receive this help and receive it easily, right? So my friend recently came up with this thing called Lobot Africa, and what it does, it works like ChatGPT, but it's legal ChatGPT. And so that's been used a lot inside Makerere University. Like now students find it much more easier to analyze things, you know, we deal with problem questions a lot, so they get a better understanding of those things. So what you do there is you save so much time and you cover so much in a short period of time. But that's one of, you know, the ways that legal innovation is being used. But you see also legal innovation is quite diverse, because most times when we talk about innovation, we only consider technology-driven innovation, right? But there's also innovation that's not exactly, because when you look at the person down in the village, when you're innovating for them to access justice, you don't innovate for them as if they have a smartphone, right? If I need to be reminded on the day that I need to be in court to follow up on a case, I can't do that on a smartphone. So now you innovate for them to be able to, for example, receive a reminder through text message on their button phone. Right, but there are so many entities in Uganda that are doing very brilliant work. I saw someone from Barefoot Law, and they're doing incredible work using technology to break down the laws, because every time people hear about the legal system, your immediate reaction, if you've not studied these things, is it's difficult. We can't understand those things. So Barefoot Law is doing brilliant work in terms of breaking down these things. They use media, they use YouTube, and it's really helping out the Ugandan community. But there is also another entity in my country called NALO, and they use now, for them it's an intersection of journalism and the law. So what they do, they use, like, they educate people about the laws, but like breaking them down into simpler terms, into more understandable language, because lawyers like to use a lot of Latin and complicated things. So they make these laws easier like that. But also, like, now generally on like the African perspective, right now you can easily find tools online that break down contracts, that can help you come up with simple contracts online, so that you don't pay extra fees to like a legal person. Of course, I don't advise that. Like, really, if you're doing big things, please pay your lawyers. Pay your lawyers. Thank you very much. The point I'm really making is that, for example, in Uganda, I think people from other jurisdictions that are more advanced are going to be shocked when I say this. But recently, in 2022, Uganda came up with this system called ECMIS, where you file cases online and you receive updates. Like now from filing to appeal to case dispensation can be done online. And for us, that's very exciting. Like, I know for you, like the more cool people in the room, it might not be. For us, it is. We are like, wow, guys, we are moving. It's very interesting for us, but also that's part of legal innovation, because now it reduces the backload of dealing with paper, issues of my file got lost, because for us, those are the very things that impede justice in our countries. Like in Uganda, is you go to court for your hearing and the clerk tells you, I can't find your case. But if it was filed online, you can easily track it and all of these things. And that's how much legal innovation is really doing. Now, let me just explain a little bit the things that are not very technology driven. So now we have legal clinics in Uganda that do mobile legal services. And for us, that's innovation. That's legal innovation. Because people in refugee camps might not be able to access the internet. But if you move around and, give them like mobile legal clinics, they bring simple cases of family law, and you're able to dispense those things without going to court, but using simple tools like mediation, right? We have entities like Center for Technology Dispute Resolution in Uganda that are now doing more specialized work when it comes to like dispute resolutions that are tech related, right? So they were able to follow up on some mobile money discrepancies in Uganda. They went to the big guys, to MTN, and told them, look, we know how you're using this data. Could you change? If you don't, so now these are very specialized entities that are dealing with problems, with legal problems that come out of technology. The last one I want to talk about interests me so much is HIL, the Hague Institute for Innovation, for Innovative Law. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. But they're also doing very interesting work, right? And they organize hackathons, and the one for last year was about land law. So you see, when you're innovating for legal technology, now for us in Uganda, you cannot, one of the places that we have failed to move forward in innovation, or even legal framework is things of Bitcoin, and because for us it's not yet a place we have actually reached, right? So when you're innovating for a community, you look at what are the actual pressing problems that we're experiencing. In Uganda, 70% of the land owned in Uganda is customary law, and it's not really regulated by the law. So now what Hill did last year was organize a hackathon that was calling upon people to specifically design solutions for land problems, land that is customary law. I think that was so beautiful. And from that, that's how you see legal innovation expanding and being able to ease access to justice.
Thank you very much for, I hope everyone is taking notes and doing research about the examples that Prima shared. I'm sure they are interesting for everyone. I would like to continue, as everyone mentioned, stakeholders engagement and collaboration. To continue with Dr. Grace, with 2 minutes, if you can give us, share with us how governments and stakeholders collaborate to ensure that regulatory frameworks are responsive to the fast-paced changes in technology and data governance.
I think for this country, one of the advantages we have is that the Constitution makes it, provides for public participation in any policy-making process. So there is that requirement, and institutions have been playing that role very well. However, the question has been this public participation, sometimes it's just to tick a box because, again, people have been taken to court and processes have been nullified on the basis that there was no public participation. So the question now remains, is this public participation just a tick in the box? Because yes, sometimes we get a call, you know, you need to look into this law and provide input into tech policy. And one of the times when we really complained is that we got a document that I think was 99 pages, and we were told to appear the following day. So even if really you are Jesus, reading a document, a 99-page legal document, and to make you know, input from an information point of view is almost impossible. So now the call is, we need a framework that provides on how we do that public participation. For example, the number of days that we can be notified. And then in terms of what we provide, what is taken from us and what is not taken. And the other thing we've said also, if you don't take our views, give us a reason. Is it that they, you know, they are public offensive, or, you know, they offend the public, or they go against the Constitution? So that sort of thing. However, in this country, we have seen a great collaboration, especially in the area of data protection. I think the ODPC is one office that came on that, got it right. And it is because also the Data Protection Act benefited a lot from the stakeholders. And especially, I know we pushed a lot on the need for independence of that office. And so when the data commissioner came, you know, was appointed, she has actually continued to ride on the public participation element. So whenever that office has something, it is actually given to stakeholders, including to those who are seen as rabble-rousers like Kictonet. You know, they are not afraid to engage with us. And that way they've been able to benefit a lot, so that even in guidance notes that they produce, you find that stakeholders like Kictonet, like Article 19, like Amnesty International, we actually, you know, take a lead in trying to create that awareness. So I would say that in this country, why the government and other stakeholders collaborate is because of, you know, there's already that provision in our Constitution, but we also have stakeholders who are proactive and who actually read those laws. They take time to read those laws and give an input.
Thank you very much, Dr. Grace. I think you mentioned commitment. That's the key to change. And I would like to continue with the last question to Faith, talking about the technology to improve maternal and childbirth. How can we ensure that the advanced technologies that we use and the predictive models that are elaborated and also you develop are accessible and beneficial to all? And here we come back to accessibility, especially to vulnerable people.
Okay, well, I think we need to integrate these, tools or models that we are creating to improve our health outcomes into the healthcare system. So we need to collaborate with our local healthcare workers. We can collaborate with the community community healthcare workers or community healthcare volunteers, or even the nurses, the doctors, in order to see that these tools are being integrated into the healthcare system, maybe for routine checkups and maybe for clinic checkups, so that we see how these tools can be able to solve the problem that we have, the problem that we're facing in our communities. So the other thing, when we talk about integrating these tools into the healthcare systems, we need to ask ourselves, do we have the capability or do we have the knowledge of how to use these tools? So we need to create capacity building, whereby we need to train the healthcare workers on how to use this tool in the effective way. So I don't have much to say, but I think that's can work. Yeah.
Thank you very much. You said already too much. Capacity building and development of knowledge of our health workers is essential to know the ethical and responsible use of data in their sector. I would like to take 2 to 3 questions. We still have, I think, 5 minutes. Yes, 2 to 3 questions to our panelists. So we have 1 here, 2, 3, and exceptional 4. So we can start by the first one here. Do you have a mic?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Adozinda from Mozambique. I was actually enjoying what the panels were sharing with us, and then it's come with me a question actually for Dr. Grace, because I'm actually part of a group in Mozambique from civil society group that were manifesting against the decree that the government published to increase the communication rates, and then we were not heard before this decree. And then we had to go to the street to protest in order to be heard from the government. And thank God, in our efforts, we managed to have this decree revoked while they are researching and do more studies about the impacts of increasing the communication taxes and what is according to the different reality in Mozambique. So I was actually here, I think maybe Dr. Grace could share with us the strategy to engage those different stakeholders to come together and see the different, to collaborate actually on inclusion of different stakeholders. We are talking now about civil society and government institutions in order to have policies that benefit to the majority instead of the small groups in our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take the second question. Madam. Please try to be brief so that the panelists can answer your questions.
No worries. Brief question. Tigist from Association for Progressive Communications. My question is directed to Parima's discussion. I think it was very fascinating to hear you about data access and data flow within the continent. You were very excited, I think many of us are,
but is there a way to think about regulation in that sense? I think it's good to think about data flow from between countries in the continent, but at the same time, how do we actually regulate on contents that are not really conducive for the country's structure or law or what, and privacy at the same time also. To what extent can we think about privacy in the context of data flow freely? I was provoked because you said clearly there has to be a free data flow within the continent. So maybe to rephrase it, just, yeah.
Thank you. Third one. She's over there. And then you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Hope, and my question is for Faith. I loved what you said about integration, and I think that has been a big need, especially in the healthcare space. But I have a question on especially focusing on sustainability, because I think technology is supposed to foster sustainability. So I've worked in the health tech space for quite a while now, and I felt like one thing that lacks is collaboration. So we are 5 people building the same thing, and none of us wants to share what we're building and probably do different things that still contribute to the main goal. So do you think there's a need for collaboration even within the space when it comes to innovation, just for sustainability?
Thank you. And the last question here, I'm sorry, we're running out of time, but we'll take the last question and then I'll give to our panelists to, yes, she's, the lady next to you. Our panelists to respond quickly. If we have more time, we will take more, so please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, the panel discussion. My comment goes on Prima's submission. Whereas it is okay for there to be data flow, I think even in this data discussion and digital discussion, we need not remember that the issue of security. So therefore, for me, my recommendation would be that when it comes to data flow from one continent to another, from one country to another, we need to share processed data. We cannot share personalized data without my consent back to into another jurisdiction or by another third party. So I think sharing processed data is okay, because then you'll be sharing trends for business purposes and all that, people to come and understand what is happening in a particular sector. But sharing personalized data of persons, I think that indeed it will be going against the issue of privacy with that particular person. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give to our panelists 1 minute each to reply to the questions.
Okay, in just a minute. Thank you so much for the observations. I think they are very insightful. A response is that laws do not work like on an island. So there is, yes, there is a question on privacy and security. That's a very important thing. But that is why economies like the EU are able to implement the GDPR, but at the same time are able to have a framework, a legal framework that still allows free flow of data. What that means is that these laws support each other. So I do understand your worry on security, and I do agree that processed data should be allowed to flow, like it's processed data that should be allowed to flow. But the comfort really comes in the fact that the data principles across and globally are the same. The principles of collection, principles of minimality should be used for what you've collected it for, like those still apply. However, now they apply, but you also still allow the data to flow, but within that legal framework. The comfort really should come in that the fact that laws do not work like outside of the box. They keep complementing each other and supporting each other. So I think to answer both your questions, really there is security in the fact that the laws complement each other, they don't work in abstract, but also in the fact that your worries on privacy are very, very valid, but there's, like, if we can borrow from entities that have been able to do it and their laws are able to work together, we think that's a thing that we can really learn from as Africa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that good question. So it is very important to do collaboration. Remember, we are dealing with people's lives here. My decision cannot be a good decision for someone else. So it is very important if I can, I'm a data analyst, if I can get ideas from a clinician or from a health worker, so that we can combine these ideas and see how well do the solution that we are creating will serve the people in the community. Yeah, so it is very important to do the collaboration. We collaborate with different stakeholders so that we ensure that we create solutions that are effective based on the context of the community setting. Yeah, thank you.
The lady from Mozambique, this is one of my favorite topics, advocacy. Number one, what you need to know is that in the area of internet and data protection, governments cannot work alone. I know governments always push for this view that they are legitimately, they are elected by the people and therefore they represent the people. That's a legitimate concern. The second one they put forward is that they provide that enabling environment for us to operate. Again, that's a legitimate concern. However, collaborative policy making is very important. And if you want to participate as civil society, and I will encourage you, do not get discouraged, because a lot of people, especially in this continent, are enjoying the freedoms we have because somebody, and especially civil society, played a role in pushing for this right. So collaborative policy making is very important. How do you do that even if they don't want to hear you? Before you take to the streets, demonstrate your value for being in such engagements. And how do you do that? One of the things we have found out is that research is very important. Provide evidence. Talk to ordinary people, bring in their perspectives, so that then you're demonstrating that, because they don't have time to conduct that research. The second thing is that, yes, so you must provide that evidence and value. The second thing is that before, again, you go to the streets, write to them. Tell them you want to be part of the conversation. I can tell you, even if there are 10 people who are against you, maybe 9 will be against you, but within the 10, one will listen and will see value. And that's how you start advocacy. When they have an event, write and say you want to participate. If it's not a closed event, appear there. Appear there. When they talk like we are doing now in this conversation, when she asks who has a question, be the first one to ask that question on how civil society needs to engage, or the value. If you have done research, use that opportunity. I know Kenyans are experts in that. Use that opportunity to also make a presentation while you ask a question. And the trick is, within that, plan. What are the minimums that I must say in this conversation? Pick, even if there are 2, that this I must be heard. So if they give me 1 minute, I will articulate these 2. If they give me 3 minutes, I have 3 points. If they give me 5 minutes, I have 5 points. And that's how you start getting into those conversations. And when you present, you demonstrate value, then they will start calling you. The other thing, take them out for lunch. They're human beings. Take them out for coffee. That's how you start, getting them to engage with you, because they also realize that apart from this demonization of civil society, that you have something you can contribute. And if after taking them for lunch and they don't want to listen, consider taking them to court.
Thank you very much, Dr. Grace, for this empowering messages that we wrap up with. I have a timekeeper that she's buzzing me from the behind. We have one question to take, and then we can wrap up. Where's that person? Where is she?
Just yell it out. So my question is about the government and wanting control over data. So for Tanzania, most of the time, the regulators, whenever they want to maybe say the data protection law will not maybe apply in cases of tax evasion. If someone is being appointed to a public office, data protection laws are exempted. There are certain other laws under the Bank of Tanzania, maybe where people are required to have a primary data center in the country, investors, and most of the time the government would say, we need this regulation because we need a control. We might want to investigate a crime, and if the data center are not here, it might be a problem. We might not be able to do this. So how for the government, what should we tell them with regard to that control that they want? How should they be able to implement their role and do what they want to do, but also ensure that there is free flow of data, there are regulation and policies that actually enable the environment, because some of these regulations are very difficult and very stringent to the ecosystem.
Thank you very much, Dr. Grace.
Yeah, again, Fatma, and I'm so happy to see you because I keep seeing you at least in other events, and to tell you that we still hold those trainings, so you're more than welcome. But I just want to say that there must be somebody who pushes back. There must be a sector that must determine this is an issue that we push back. Because I can tell you, governments, when they hear regulation, they hear control. And so there must be people, maybe the civil society again, because we are known for that, and please don't feel bad when you are demonized, but there must be a push towards pushing for regulation that balances with people's rights. The right to associate, the right to expression, the right to freedom of movement. There must be somebody who reminds governments that regulation is not about control, but it's also about balancing. The second thing is, how do you ensure that in this regulation there's public interest? Because surely you can't say there's public interest when you want to snoop on people's data, especially on their money, on their banking. You can't say there's any, you can't demonstrate any public interest. So there must be somebody, because if governments are not told, they know their role is to regulate. And for them, regulation is control. So who will be the first one to throw that stone? And unfortunately, maybe that time is coming, because, you know, for Kenya, I guess in the region we are known as people of rights, as people of pushing for their rights. And I think this year we have taken our rights a level higher, you know, by our young people. It's really an exciting moment, a defining moment. So I hope that we are providing lessons to the region, and that these gadgets, the internet, can play a role in pushing for some of those, you know, in pushing for some of those requirements. So at this point, I really don't have hard and fast answers for Tanzania, but maybe you're the one who will start galvanizing people to start looking at what's happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Grace. Please let's give a round of clap to our panelists. And thank you very much for your expertise, for sharing your knowledge with us. I'm sure there's a lot of more questions that the participants want to ask you. Let's have side conversations, and also let's keep these conversations ongoing. I'm sure DataFest is not the final event. And thank you very much for joining, and yeah, enjoy the rest of the day and the rest of the sessions. Thank you.
All right. So I'd like us to just please formally give a proper round of applause for the morning. My least favorite people were the moderators. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing, coming for everyone's job. Okay. For tomorrow, we have a set of conversations that are happening tomorrow, where we will all convene and come here and kick things off as we did today. But for now, we go for lunch for an hour. The lunch is at the same place where we were upstairs. You'll get your vouchers outside. And then after lunch, it should start at 2, but I saw what happened with the previous one. So we'll start a bit after 2. You get into breakout sessions that are very, again, like we said, very thematic. So there's conversations on the internet scorecard, conversations on strengthening different frameworks, so a raft of conversations that will happen concurrently. The agenda will run on the screen as we continue. So if you're not able to see the screens either now or as we continue, you could go to datafest.africa. Just click on agenda day 1 and you'll see the different breakout sessions. So just feel free to even interact with that agenda on the go. Thank you very much. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning bright and early. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you. Enjoy lunch.
it would just seem to our computer. How ready are we for that future of work? But what is the status as far as women are concerned with the present nature of work that we are doing, whose reality is embedded within digitalization? So with no further ado, I wish to welcome my colleague to take us into a deep dive of what we are talking about, and also straight forth launching the scorecard. Rachel, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes. So good afternoon once again. And this is our breakaway session. We are going to be discussing the Future of Work Internet Scorecard and also launching the Afro-Feminist Internet Awards. And so, because there may be few of us, I would highly, highly encourage us to come closer. Please, if you can just take just a little step, maybe even the row in front of you, so that we are able to leave room for the rest of our participants who will be coming in later. Yes. Yes, welcome to all of our other participants who are still coming in. You're very welcome. We're just getting started. Yes. All right, let us be comfortable. Let us be well settled. Yes, welcome. All right. By way of introduction, my name is Rachel Magege. I come from Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and I also work at Policy in Programming, and I am very happy to be standing here before you to tell you a little bit about the work we do at Policy, specifically the Future of Work project. Some of you in here might know what this project is. We're very happy to see familiar faces who have been with us throughout the journey of this project. But to the rest of the participants who may not know what this project is, I'm going to tell you a little bit about it. So the Future of Work project started in 2022. We developed this project at Policy specifically to address the need and understanding how the future of work is going to look like. Yes, we all work in different spaces. We have all worked in different companies, different offices, and we do understand that the workplace is changing, yes? Yeah, is there a workplace that perhaps doesn't use Zoom? Perhaps, maybe there's one or two. But even those workplaces that do not use Zoom or Google Meet, they are adapting to it, yes? So the future of work is already here, and we're going to see so many things change in how the workplace is. Now specifically, we wanted to look at how the workplace, and with future technology, how it impacts women, specifically women in the media sector, but in also other digital spaces. So that was our goal. That was a simple nutshell about what our project is. When we started in 2022, we conducted this project in Kenya, lovely Kenya, where we're gathered here today, but we also conducted this project in Uganda. And then this year, we expanded to many, many more countries, and we will be telling you about it. Some of our partners are here. We expanded this project to Cameroon. Yes, hi. We expanded this work to Tanzania, and we expanded to Mozambique. Yay! I love this. I love this. Mozambique is in the house, Cameroon is in the house, Tanzania, and also the Democratic Republic of Congo. And yeah, some of our partners will be coming in, and also Senegal. Yes, so a lot of diversity. We saw a lot of diversity from women working in the media sector, from how technology is developing in all these different spaces. So in a simple nutshell, that is what our project is. We have learned so much, let me tell you. We have learned so much about how the media sector is developing, how the legal frameworks are developing, and what it means to actually have women harnessing digital resilience in the workplace. And so, after conducting a lot of consultations, after having so many engagements, we decided that one of the things we want to put out there and to show society is the internet scorecard. What does it mean when we say internet scorecard, as you can see on the screen? In this project, we wanted to make sure that we're also expanding to many different members of society. So we do tend to have people, especially in the digital sector, you tend to see the same people in the space every now and then, yes? So either people who are in IT, or media, or cybersecurity, or education, and this and that. But we also wanted to make sure that even within these groups, they form some type of communities of accountability. Yes, and in forming these communities of accountability, which we call the communities of practice, we have a measuring tool, so to say, which is the internet scorecard. It has very different components about accountability, about how the media sector is working to empower women, about how people hold each other responsible, about checking and making sure that we stay up to date with different laws and frameworks that are changing from time to time, and what are the challenges in this sector. Yes, so we will be sharing this with you, of course, in your emails and in your platforms about the different components, the different sections of this internet scorecard. I will not take too much time because I know Brenda will be bringing along some wonderful speakers who are going to talk more about it. But that is what our project is about. That is what the internet scorecard is about, and we will get to hear more about it. Please keep your questions, please stay interested, and you will be able to hear much more. So thank you very much, and I welcome Brenda.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Rachel has given us an overview of what the Future of Work project was about. And once again, I wish to welcome our partners from the 7 countries that the Future of Work program has been rolled out by policy. We have closely worked with 9 partners within the respective countries. And just for recognition, I just wish each of our partners to wave in the room for everyone to see you. Yes, you're most welcome to this, and we strongly appreciate you for all the insights and the resourceful contribution you gave us towards the development of this scorecard. We had a long process of validating the report that we just issued, I think, a month ago, within the consortium of the Future of Work partners, and the scorecard is a product of that. It is a tool that we use to make the assessment of the digital landscapes within the 7 respective countries. And I would just wish to give a display of how that looks like. So this tool, we wish that it does not stop within 2023 and 2024, when we did the assessment and discovered that whereas we had unique reflections in each of the countries of the challenges that continue to undermine the representation of women and the issues that affect them within the digital landscapes at the legal, the regulatory, the programs, government programs, but then also the complementary initiatives that civil society rolls out. We also discovered that there are cross-cutting issues. We had unique issues, but then also cross-cutting issues there. And within the cross-cutting issues that we had in this scorecard, it was particular to the element of the inadequate and inefficient digital laws that we have within our countries. We appreciate that as the civil society you have strongly contributed to this, but then we also understand that more efforts are needed within that. Therefore, creating the plea that when we go back within our respective countries, perhaps the scorecard can be a tool that we can use to enhance our advocacy. And how do we enhance it from an evidence-based perspective? By we continuously monitoring at institutional level. Beyond that, we also discovered a cross-cutting issue was on the element of the social norms, the discriminatory social norms, and also the wide gender digital divide that still continues. That as women within the urban centers, we are highly privileged. And then when we get down into the women in the rural areas, we still have a big challenge that at the infrastructure level, internet connectivity is a problem. Affordability, so many women cannot afford the internet within these countries. But then when you also get to the usability level, at the point of digital literacy, it is still a big challenge. The scorecard gives us those insights. I just mentioned a few of the cross-cutting issues that we had. You may wonder, what did we use? You can see that we had a rate where we indicated 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. At 1, it clearly showed missing. And like Rachel mentioned earlier, we are going to be sharing this scorecard for you to interact widely with it. A number of the countries in the different elements that we assessed had missing. Especially, again, like I mentioned, the cross-cutting issues, the digital laws or the cyber laws that speak to the digital inclusion of women. You'll also notice that inadequate. You'll find that you have one law, but it is not enough to cater for the gender-specific issues that underscore the representation of women as far as the digital landscapes are concerned. That needs improvement and also meeting the minimum standards. Okay, I just got a reminder. Do we all understand the Englishman's language? If we have a challenge with that, we just have the translation, the audio assisting translation devices that are right on our tables. I request that if you don't understand English, you use the devices right on our table. This is the score that we used within the scorecard, like I was indicating, that we had from a scale of 1 to 5. It is very surprising that across the 7 countries with the assessment we did, we barely got 5 on a number of the areas that we found, both within the government programs, the complementary initiatives that we are undertaking as civil society, but then also the social factors that affect inclusion. Also, there was a big challenge. Again, perhaps we would have a discussion in the panel that we are going to have on how that looks like then. You will see that this is the demonstration of the scorecard where we have a representation of all the 7 countries that we made an assessment of, and using the rate or the score that I just indicated, you'll see, I will just use an example of one country, and I would ideally use Kenya. That on the issue of access and connectivity, we had Kenya being rated at 3 on levels of affordability, internet and digital infrastructure at 4, and also the social norms at 2. And social norms were a key issue that we found, which was cross-cutting, that in a number of countries, women, we are still behind. Not because we want, but because of the strongly entrenched patriarchal, negative patriarchal tendencies that don't let the woman be to their full potential, not only in the physical spaces, but even in the digital which is the future of work. So this is an illustration of the scorecard. Like I mentioned, it will be shared with you, having different categories or elements, the indicators or performance pointers to that, and the rates that we used. Who should be using this scorecard is now the important bit of this conversation, or at the launch of this scorecard, that who should be using it. You as the different stakeholders within this room, civil society, academia. I know that we have in the room people from the Aga Khan University who are also participating, from the different government entities, but then also within private sector, and most importantly, the media. That you should be using or adopting, and allow me to use the word should deliberately, adopting the use of the scorecard, because it will help you to generate data that will be used as evidence to back up your programming initiatives that will help to bridge the wide gender digital divides that we have, which continue to marginalize women and their participation on the internet. Beyond that, that we shall also be able, and that's at the level of capacity building and advocacy as well. Beyond that, we shall also be able to have a memory of where we are coming from, where we are going, and what we need to tailor in that direction. How are you supposed to be using this scorecard? We give you the rate and we give you the tool. The scorecard is a tool that you can simply be adopting. Policy is available to continuously guide you on how you would be using that at institutional level, but then also at national level. So what do we say beyond the launch of this scorecard? That let the conversation not stop at the findings that we had within the 7 countries, among the 9 partners we worked with, 2023 and 2024, but it should be carried beyond the DataFest 2024. When we meet next year, we would be getting reflections from the different countries resultant of this scorecard. Colleagues, allow me invite a panel of key colleagues in the room to give a reflection, but also a contextualization of how then this scorecard can be positioned within our respective countries, but then also at a continental level, and the strategies that we can adopt at a collective working parameter. Please join me to welcome Jana Juang, the Programs Manager, Media Focus on Africa from Uganda. Jan, you're welcome. As Jan comes, you'll allow me also welcome Lillian Anyango, who is the Vice Chair of the Association of Media Women in Kenya, AMWEC. You'll also allow me welcome Daho Saj, who is an expert and researcher at different levels as far as digital rights are concerned and cyber policy, coming from Protege QV, Cameroon. Feel comfortable? In the African society, they always say that children should not be putting words in elders' mouths. Therefore, I would not speak for you as far as who you are, because I don't want to put my words in your mouth. Under a minute, I request that each one of you introduces yourself beyond the name and where I stated where you come from. I'll start with Sage.
Thank you for giving me the floor. I'm going to express myself in French. Je suis Serge Dao, chercheur en TIC pour le développement. Je viens d'une association qui s'appelle Protege QV. Nous sommes basés à Yaoundé au Cameroun. Nous sommes entre autres spécialisés dans les TIC pour le développement et les droits humains en ligne. C'est dans ce contexte que nous avons travaillé avec Policy et 6 autres pays africains sur la mise sur pied de l'outil, sur le tableau de bord qui s'appelle Scorecard et qui va faire l'objet des échanges qui vont suivre entre nous.
You're most welcome, Saj.
Thank you.
Yes, and I'll go to Lillian.
Good afternoon. Is it on? Yes. All right. It's such a pleasure to be here. And I am an educator by definition. Apart from serving as the vice chair of AMWEC, I also teach at tertiary institutions. And right now that is at the Multimedia University of Kenya, MMU, where I interact with our most famous generation at this time, the Gen Zs, and just having various conversations with them that really inform even the decisions and the programs that we have at the Association of Media Women in Kenya. So I look forward to this conversation that we're going to have. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon.
My name's Jan Ajwan, and I come from Uganda. I work with Media Focus on Africa, where I'm the team leader, and our organization is a media support organization, and in some of our priorities, the whole block and concept of women in media is very critical for us, because we speak to addressing all the needs and creating an enabling environment for women journalists to thrive. We believe once they thrive, it's quite a great contribution to independent journalism. I've been a journalist before, and writing about gender and women and development issues has been a priority for me. And also in my other life, I'm a communicator and also a journalism trainer. I also give part-time instruction at Uganda Christian University, where I train on different journalism modules. So I'm really pleased to be here. A subject of interest to me is the different hats that I wear.
Okay, thank you very much, Jan. I think you can believe me that I wouldn't put so much of my words in who they are. So I'd love to start with Lillian. From the so much that we have seen from the scorecard that we are launching, we do realize that in the number of areas as far as the digital landscapes are concerned from the 7 countries, it's inadequate, needs improvement, or it's missing from the levels of policy, level of implementation of the laws, level of the initiatives to see that we have more women on the internet and them being safe there, the social norms. In a bit, what is the impact of these trends and the landscapes as far as the future of work is concerned for women?
Thank you. We have, or we live in an era where we are moving between hybrid and, on location work. So when we look at the different spaces where we are called, there's more acceptance and collaboration in terms of allowing women to work from home. So having them being able to balance what it is that they're doing, and their work, managing the home, as well as being able to take, to fulfill all the mandates that are from the, what is demanded of them from the workplace or from the corporate sector. So I believe having a hybrid nature of working is a very important bit in terms of the future of work. I know there's been a call for back to office or back to work, but hybrid and remote have really worked so well and have enabled this empowerment of women, even in terms of economic, where they can, where we as women, let me not exclude myself, where we can have even innovative ideas that touch on perhaps maternal health, that touch on innovations that allow systems to be automated and so on. And in that regard, we also have a way in which we can incorporate what is needed, because there are various skills that someone has to have in hand when we have the digital, when we are embracing the digital space, okay? So you need to perhaps work on communication skills. And I know that is largely considered as a soft skill, but it's something very crucial. And even how to position your camera, perhaps when you're working from home, is a skill that someone needs to be taught. And as we move forward in this digital era, in an era where we have a lot of technology working for us and with us, in terms of artificial intelligence, then every individual, every woman needs to have that capacity to grow themselves in that way, upskill, reskill, and sometimes unlearn some of the things that we already know. Thank you.
And just right there, do the women really have the capacity to skill, unskill, and reskill themselves as far as the digital landscapes are concerned on inadequate, needs improvement, and missing? Do we have the capacity? Yes, Lillian.
Yes, we do.
How do we have the capacity before we get to Jan?
We definitely have the capacity as women, because as by genetic disposition, we're normally placed in a position where we handle a lot on so many fronts. So it's by nature, it's something innate that we are nurturing, and we are able to do several tasks that require our attention. So I do say we have it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Lillian. And what Lillian mentions is actually a strategy perhaps that we'll take on. And the scorecard is just simply indicating to us that whereas the woman is supposed to be doing that at the capacity level, there still needs improvement because there are high digital illiteracy levels. Jan, what is your perspective? What's the impact of the digital landscapes that we see as far as the future of work is concerned for women?
I wish to say that we are in the red, and if you go back and look at the tables and what you're seeing across 7 countries, there's a red flag. There's a red flag. Imagine we had another lockdown tomorrow. Another lockdown tomorrow. You are running a media house, and you have correspondences from all over the country. Previously, they were maybe sending it to you just simply by maybe an email, and that's it. How do you communicate? How do you engage? How do community reporters? A community reporter can just walk into the newsroom and tell you, for example, this and that, and they go home. But when the limitations come in our faces, it will tell you that this is something that is a red flag. And how did I learn that? And I can give you a very brief story. It is January 2020 or 2021, I think. And by March in my country, we have had a lockdown. We have this wonderful project that requires us to engage journalists across the country. It's actually a digital inclusion project because we were actually dealing with female journalists. And the plan was that we will go to them and train them and demonstrate to them. Now you have a lockdown, limitations in movement, limitations in so many things. So suddenly we are at a standstill. Then how do we move forward? We start calling some of the journalists and say, let's get in line and we'll do the training. And so without the data, we thought that this was going to be easy to train. Then, okay, the question is now, where shall we get the laptops from? What is Zoom? How do I log on? The only person with a laptop is the manager, right? I do not know how to use social media. There's a young guy who just walks in and does it. And because of that, instead of us hiring ahead of ourselves to do something, we had to sit back and say, we must understand that the environment is not enabling. And when the environment is not enabling, it means we might have the capacity, and I agree with Lillian, but the ability, the limitations, and we must intentionally go and literally lift all the barriers away. And so what did we do, for example, in our work? Instead of training, we had to train about ICTs, about basic information. Why? Because we had been living in a bubble with an assumption that because we are in the metropolitan area, everybody is. And we think about the geopolitical environment in these sub-Saharan countries. When an internet shutdown happens in the middle of critical times, when you need access to information, it's a complexity. And then back every day with the gender divide, I met colleagues who do not believe, but they are fellow colleagues and journalists, and they have a right to think the way they don't believe they should leave their wives with a smartphone. Like, yeah, and with interesting things they're saying, right? But if she wants to get information about maybe her health, if she wants to learn something and all of it. So I want to say that the crisis, for me, I would like to say that there's a crisis before us that can be resolved, and good that we know, so we are not stuck. Yeah, so that's what I say, the flag is red.
Thank you very much, Jan. And Jan gives a strong reflection from the research works that policy has done, amplified abuse, bite bullies, and a key research that was done in 2021-2022, a dark place for women journalists and human rights defenders. It was discovered that women journalists and women politicians, in addition to women human rights defenders, they have a heightened insecurity and safety threats as far as the online place is concerned. But beyond that, there's also a key reflection from the scorecard that we found. The laws are not there to protect them when the insecurity comes. We also got to learn that they don't know how to navigate in terms of digital literacy, but then safety and security tips. The technology that Jan is also mentioning, to mention but a few. I would love to get now to Sage, to get into the strategies. What do we do? From a multi-stakeholder approach, we do appreciate the fact that a one-man's army is not enough. Otherwise, we would not be speaking about this. From a multi-stakeholder approach, how do we then improve and have an internet inclusive landscape in Africa?
Ok, merci Brenda de m'inviter à prendre la parole. Vous me demandez quelle stratégie multi-acteurs est-ce qu'on devrait adopter pour avoir un Internet beaucoup plus féministe. Je voudrais aller un peu plus, commencer un peu plus haut avant d'arriver au niveau multi-acteurs, pour dire simplement que c'est une préoccupation qui est déjà régionale. Je vais ici faire allusion à, on a déjà le protocole additionnel de Maputo qui invite les États à garantir aux femmes l'accès au savoir et à la formation. À côté de ce protocole-là, on a une stratégie de l'Union africaine pour le genre horizon 2018-2027. C'est une stratégie qui a été élaborée par la division femmes, genre et développement de l'Union africaine. Cette stratégie-là vient opérationnaliser l'objectif 17 de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine, qui vise à garantir l'égalité à tous les niveaux entre les hommes et les femmes. Et la même stratégie a défini 7 points, parmi lesquels il y a un qui a retenu mon attention quand je préparais cet entretien. Donc le point sur lequel on devait assurer aux femmes la garantie au TIC, la formation également dans les métiers des sciences, technologies, mathématiques et consorts. Donc quand ces jalons sont déjà posés plus haut, à notre niveau un peu plus inférieur, les différents groupes d'acteurs, que ce soit les États, que ce soit les organisations de la société civile, que ce soit les journalistes ou toute autre partie prenante. Je crois qu'on s'appuie sur ces points, on pourrait s'appuyer sur ces points-là pour faire en sorte que l'Internet soit beaucoup plus féminin. En faisant quoi, on s'est rendu compte que les femmes ont un déficit, par exemple, de formation numérique, Il y a ce déficit, il y a ce déficit-là. Elles ont aussi un problème sur les coûts d'accès à l'Internet. Il y a, à côté de ça, même, il y a l'utilisation. Parce que, bon, certaines femmes, même quand elles peuvent utiliser, on se demande, c'est pas toujours dans le sens de l'émancipation, de leur émancipation. Et dans les différents acteurs, ce qu'on pourrait faire, c'est des formations gratuites, continues, des formations adaptées aussi aux besoins des femmes. Une femme peut-être qui veut se lancer dans son business en ligne aurait besoin d'une formation différente qu'une autre qui veut passer pour une lanceuse d'alerte, par exemple. On peut aussi, parmi nous les Africaines, trouver des Africaines qui vont développer des logiciels, des applications qui répondent à nos besoins, qui sont conformes à notre environnement et qui sont abordables. Donc c'est cet ensemble-là, la culture, la formation à la culture numérique, l'abordabilité, le niveau d'instruction aussi est très important parce que codage, chiffrage, il faut un certain niveau d'instruction. Donc, je pense que ce sont quelques leviers sur lesquels on pourrait appuyer pour faire en sorte que le tableau qu'ils nous ont présenté là soit autrement plus reluisant, quoi, que les scores soient un peu plus élevés. Donc, c'est ce que je pourrais dire jusqu'à présent.
Thank you so much, Sage. And you raised very, very, very key strategies that we must be adopting. We can all appreciate that as African countries, we have so many international protocols and conventions we are signed to, but the challenge comes at the level of domestication and implementation of this. What Sage mentions is a strong point, collective advocacy to see that we have domestication of these protocols that are very good towards inclusion of women on the internet, but then also ensuring that we have specific and responsive policy actions towards issues that women face as far as the internet is concerned. But very key to that is also the innovation part of it. As policy and our key partners under the Future of Work program, we innovated the scorecard. And one of the international protocol that we have is the Beijing Platform of Action that calls all key stakeholders to come up with strategies that ensure that women are included within new and emerging technologies. What we are talking about today is internet, the AI. If we have come up with this, the next call to action is you putting in use the scorecard beyond its launch and beyond the findings that we had. Collectively, of course, with policy. With no further ado, I wish to open up the floor for at least 2 or 3 questions for our panel. You're welcome. Yes, you can just put up our hands. Someone is asking, can we just put up our hands? Yes, feel free to put up your hand. And I will just have the mic get into you.
Good afternoon. My name is Aga Khan. Thank you, ladies and the gentlemen. Very insightful engagement. My question is to, sorry, I didn't catch the name. I'm always good with names, but the lady in the middle. You mentioned how digital, remote work and digital tools and being able to use the digital work has enabled a lot of women to access work, be able to gain economic opportunities. That will be true, and I stand by that because I run a digital platform. But I've read a few research papers that have indicated that actually it has reversed the mental capacity for a lot of women. And trying to recollect my thoughts. So I think what I read was because they're at home and they're constantly, they're in the domestic space where they're expected to nurture, they're expected to take care of people, they're expected. So what would have been a good time for them to spend with their family has instead become bothersome. What do you think about that? I don't know if anybody in this room has read something along those lines, but I was curious to hear what you think about that. But I love the point on digital the digital economy empowering women.
Okay, thank you. I'll have the second question.
Okay, thank you to the panel for everything that they've shared. And my question is actually very similar to Paul's, especially with what the representative from Amwick, sorry, I've forgotten your name, had mentioned. I think one of the research and conversations that we are having in feminist spaces is that while digitalization was expected and to offer a lot of promises when it comes to women's rights, when it comes to the realities, it may not actually be true, especially with working from home, like Paul has said, but also with it causes like a sort of triple burden when it comes to women's care work, because then you're at home, you're expected to work, you're expected to show up, you work, yet you're still also expected to quote unquote manage the home, she had mentioned. So I'm just wondering, when it came to the research that you did with the scorecard, if what came out when it comes to these realities in terms of the structural issues and systemic issues that are already affecting women, and then now women being spotlighted and put into this whole future of work and digital technologies. What has been the impact of those? Are we seeing progression when it comes to women's rights, or are we actually seeing regression when it comes to women's rights issues? Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, we didn't get your name, or I missed it, but you can go ahead. Yeah.
I can share my name. My name is Juanita Najuko. I work with the Pan-African Feminist Collective called the Nawi Collective.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Thank you. I was saying good afternoon once again. My name is Noemi Atemane, and I'm from Mozambique. I don't have any question to do, just an observation about the scorecards. I came from Observatório das Mulheres, Women Observatory. That is a partnership, or is a partner of police. So our observation that I have to share is that before that we have a previous meet with police. Happened something in Mozambique, that a telecommunication body that is responsible to regulate the internet in Mozambique, suddenly without asking consumers all over the population, tried to change the price of the internet, and it impacted for all of the people, all of the people that do internet working to survive, doing their business, even studying. So what we observe is, in one hand, we observe that civil society strength, a group that is tried to talk with that organization, institution, trying to understand what exactly is happening, because you just suddenly change it without asking consumer. And I would like to share that it was a challenge for us as a Mozambican, because it happened suddenly, and it didn't become on a scorecard before, but I could say fortunately until now, because of the youth group movement that Adozinda, that is by my side, one of them that I led. Group is strengthening until now to being removed, and fortunately the body changed it. So with that comment, I would like to share, we know that the internet, the data is a future, but sometimes the way our political environments are going could impact directly on are working, because one of the mission of Women Observatory is producing a data based on evidence. So we have a platforms and a bit of outputs that we have. So to people, even students, people from other organizations, to access that data, they must need to connect to the internet. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And that was a key reflection from Mozambique that was being given. Under a minute, please. I do recognize that our session is running under a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
My name is Sadiq from Art and Feminism. So we worked on a similar project called Disability Justice. And I'm just wondering or curious to know if you have plans of working on a tool like this that support women with disabilities, like something that would help those, especially those working from home. How do you, support them? Just that.
Okay, thank you. I think I would first start with our panel with the questions that we raised within a minute to just give a response. So I'll start with Lillian. Within a minute or under, for the sake of time.
All right. It really is a revolution in terms of, promoting the digital economy with women working from home. And I still stand by that. But of concern, as you have raised, is mental health and mental wellness. Being able to juggle perhaps the much research that has come out of it that has led to innovation from women. We have women who have nurtured this and have empires that are dealing with human resource, have empires that are dealing with maternal health, empires that are focused on children. So because of the environment that they're exposed to, they set up various solutions that we have. I know some of them are in this room or will join us in this room. For instance, Jennifer Kaberi with Total News. So she's focusing on the family with her innovation and with her work in helping children to articulate what it is that they see and what it is that they're able to take from their environment. So it has led to more innovation and empowerment in terms of the economic front.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you so much, Lillian, and we shall just have feedback from Jan. Yeah.
The principle, the foundational thing is to create a level playing field and an environment, whether it's at the home or at the workplace. It should be. It should not limit a woman from doing her work. And so even the employers, if we're going to go to those who employ, when they're allowing the flexi hours and the work at home policies, this is where they must understand the sentiments and the feelings of the women, and also understand the impact of some of the things you're doing. Why is that important? Because in a certain newsroom, I'm talking journalism mostly and communication, people were told to go to work from home, and they were allowed to work from home. And they were given all the resources they needed to work from home, but they kept coming to work to the office. And when they came to work in the office, they also had the access they needed and the resources they needed. That's the principle that when a woman, wherever a woman is, a female journalist, for example, there should be no limitations because maybe they're in the rural area or because they haven't received the adequate training on perhaps basic ICT skills, and then also the intricacies, that they're not going to deal with issues of affordability and all of that. And that's why we need to be able to address them. And I just want to speak to the meaning of technology and innovation, understanding the populations that we have, that the word innovation amongst the ladies that we work with in the rural-based journalism communities is totally different from innovation among the women who are doing journalism in urban areas. And so just to be alert that something that may not really come out like, pop out like an AI thing or something, but is it innovative in the environment that the women are working in, and is it relevant for them, and is it helping? And so I feel that we have to constantly keep reviewing what is going on. We cannot take a straight path only. We have to continue scanning the socio-political environments of women's work and be able to determine what stays, what goes, what must be adjusted.
Okay, thank you very much. Jan, yes, Serge, in a minute. Responses to the reflections that came from the plenary.
Je risque de redire les mêmes choses que mes copanélistes. Nous sommes là dans le cadre plus élargi de l'inclusion numérique, l'usage et l'utilisation des TIC. Dans l'usage, on a l'Internet, le matériel, les logiciels, et
we are having a challenge. There's no translation. I think the technical team can support us with that. Okay, Serge, can we try to go on and see?
Yeah. Is it okay now?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Donc, je disais que je risque de redire ce que mes copanélistes ont dit. Tout simplement, je voudrais rappeler que nous sommes dans...
Unfortunately, it's not translating it. So as I request that as the technical team amends, Serge, you will come, you'll give your response reflection after me for the sake of time. Yes, as they technically adjust that. So colleagues, I request that Serge is going to give his reflection once the technical issue is addressed from the team behind, and I'll just give an overview response to some of the issues that were raised as far as the scorecard and its application or outstretch. So our colleague from Disability Justice mentioned that how do we then place women with disability as far as the future of work is concerned with the internet, the AI and digital resiliency. And where is that with the discovery of the scorecard? You will notice that we had one of the elements that we assessed on the levels of inclusivity, we did discover that it is still inadequate. That whereas we have all innovations in place as far as technology is concerned for the future of work, which is present, hybrid working, unfortunately, and all that comes with it, unfortunately, we see that women with disability are further marginalized. The situation is inadequate for women, but it's worse for the women with disability. And we just want to see that once this is used, it can then go ahead to hold the people responsible accountable to that note. Are we progressing or regressing? It's a question that each one of us should be asking ourselves every day. That even when we have the representation of the issue of having access, we shall have a limitation of inclusivity. When we have also the bit of access again, we shall have a limitation on usability when it comes to skill. You give me the computer, but I don't know what to do with it. You have given me internet to be on social media, but I don't know how to navigate the dynamics on social media. We have the laws within the respective African countries and the international protocols, but they are not specific and responsive to the emerging issues of technology as they arise against women. We can go on and on and on, and the question still remains in a rhetoric. Are we progressing or regressing? Maybe the scorecard can help us to hold the leaders accountable. Yes, so Serge, it's working just under a minute as we get into the wrap-up of this session with the launch of the Afrofeminist Award. Your reflection from the plenary discussions.
Vous avez tout dit, Brenda. Est-ce qu'on avance ou est-ce qu'on recule? C'est difficile à dire. Je faisais tout à l'heure allusion à la stratégie africaine, la stratégie de l'Union africaine sur le genre, dont un des freins avec l'inclusion numérique qu'ils ont relevé, c'était la lenteur dans l'application des normes qui sont progressistes dans la réduction de la fracture homme-femme à l'accès là. Donc, ce que je veux dire, ça dépend beaucoup, comment je veux dire, ça dépend de nous-mêmes déjà, des femmes, et aussi de certains décideurs. Parce que l'autre a soulevé le problème du travail, de l'économie numérique, la femme avec les tâches ménagères et qui n'a presque pas le temps. Bon, l'économie numérique, c'est même une solution à ces difficultés que la femme rencontre dans le monde traditionnel pour l'emploi. C'est-à-dire que grâce à l'économie numérique, elle gagne du temps. Le temps qu'elle devait peut-être se déplacer pour aller au travail, elle à la maison, elle peut travailler. Mais le problème, comme tu l'as dit, Brenda, le problème maintenant, même quand on a ce temps-là, maintenant il faut la formation, la culture numérique. Tu as tout résumé. Tu as dit on peut avoir un outil à un coût raisonnable, limité, mais est-ce qu'on peut utiliser cet outil? Donc, autant de petites choses, il y a vraiment du travail à faire. Et je crois que c'est beaucoup plus un travail que les femmes devraient faire sur elles-mêmes, surtout cette culture numérique-là. Il faut vraiment que les femmes puissent acquérir, au-delà même des normes et tout, il faut que les femmes, qu'on puisse leur transmettre l'idée de la culture du numérique, que ce ne soit pas... tout à l'heure, Jeanne, elle disait que c'est quand elle parle d'informatique, elle demande, mais tu vas aux États-Unis, tu vas en Europe et tout. Donc il y a ce problème socio-culturel là, pour qu'on puisse parvenir à l'inclusion numérique. Donc c'est autant d'obstacles qu'on devrait lever. Et c'est un des obstacles les plus solides, les socio-culturels, les normes patriarcales qui empêchent aux femmes de s'émouvoir, de s'épanouir, de profiter à fond du potentiel émancipateur de l'Internet. Donc, merci.
Okay, thank you very much, Serge. And the big question that comes from the panel and the reflections that we have had as people from African countries contributing to development agendas, the question remains, where is the African woman as far as the internet and the emerging technologies are? The only way you can respond to that by trying to push forward initiatives that can see that the internet and new technologies redefine who the African woman is on levels of inclusivity. Please join me to thank our panel for the wonderful submissions that they have given us today. And I also want to appreciate you for the active participation. Dear panelists, I wish to invite you back to your seats as we get into the next session of this. From the reflection of the scorecard and the much that we learned from the 7 countries across our 9 partners, and the so much research that we have done as policy and the initiatives, we recognize and realize that there are actually African women who are doing great work in trying to push to see that we have an inclusive internet, to build digital resiliency of fellow African women within the continent. And from that, we birthed an idea, the Afrofeminist Internet Awards. Please clap for that. The Afrofeminist Awards that we are trying to push forth through the launch in this session are only seeking to recognize, to celebrate, but then also create an inspiration and motivation out there from the women who are outstandingly, or initiatives and entities that are outstandingly contributing to reshaping the internet for African women. I would love to invite you into the initiative of the Afrofeminist Awards that policy developed, again along with our partners, and we ask that this Afrofeminist Internet Awards is rolled out, or we are launching it as a cross-border annual awards for the 7 countries that we have undertaken the Future of Work program in, where we did digital landscape assessments and analysis. You may wonder, what are these awards for? So you do recognize, like I mentioned, that we seek to celebrate, to recognize, and also appreciate outstanding individuals that are contributing to this. But then we also envision that through these Afrofeminist Internet Awards that we are launching today, we are going to be able to foster an environment of creating awareness and dialogue, of saying that we build a critical mass of all women, not only women, but also our colleagues and counterparts, the males who are within society, who dream the same as us to work towards gender equality and equity within society. But we also wish to see that within the Afrofeminist Internet Awards, we wish to have it as a platform of benchmarking on initiatives that can again promote inclusivity of women in the internet. Whom are we looking for? We are looking for individuals, like I mentioned, within the Afrofeminist Awards. We are looking for initiatives. In my country, where I come from, Uganda, we are increasingly seeing what are called online exhibitions on social media, where different activists are coming up to simply showcase what is happening in society as far as public service delivery is concerned. But then we are also seeing other interesting, like the digital gig economy, where different women are innovating and putting things out there. We wish, again, through the Afrofeminist Internet Awards, to recognize initiatives that are pushing forth to see that more women join the internet and they join it safely, but then also having an environment to be there. We are looking for entities. It would be a civil society organization, it would be a government agency, it would be private sector, or even the academic sector, who are contributing in any form as far as bridging the gender digital divides are concerned. Under what categories? Under the Afrofeminist Internet Awards, we shall be getting nominees, again, individuals, entities, and initiatives in different categories. These 7 categories, again, had strong reflection and contribution from our 9 partners across the 7 countries that we are in, where we asked, whom do you want us to recognize, and in what form or under what category do you want us to recognize them? And among the categories that we identified were those: Digital Activism Award, the Online Safety Champion Award, the Digital Education Trailblazer Award. We also had, and we have, the Human Rights Defenders Award. We have the Media and Technology Award, Innovations and Creatives, Research and Digitalization Award. They are the awards categories that we shall be selecting the different actors under. Nomination criteria: we are looking towards receiving public nominations from different individuals across the 7 countries. We are also looking towards self-nomination. We may not know the great work, or public may not know the great work you're doing, but you know what you're doing. So you send us your works, and we also undertake a selection criteria, and also internal nomination, where we shall be doing this. And in the interest of time, we would love to state that therefore today, we are launching the Afrofeminist Internet Awards, a great initiative that is going to recognize the wonderful women in Africa who are doing great things, to see that we bridge the gap between women and men on the internet, but then also address challenges that continue to push women outside of the innovations and the new world, the future of work that we are getting into. Please join me as we launch the Afrofeminist Internet Awards today. We thank policy and the policy team that contributed to this great innovation. And together, we also state that the scorecard that we have launched today and the Afrofeminist Internet Awards that we have just launched now will create a change within the African continent, We start with 7 countries, but we look towards having the whole of the continent playing within these 2 revolutionary innovations that we are bringing on board. Soon, we shall have this website open whereby you can access all these details and start the nomination processes. By end of the year, we shall have the awards happening as we shall be communicating on our different institutional platforms. With no further ado, I wish to now invite my colleague to usher us into a photo moment out of this session. Thank you very much, and I wish you the best of DataFest 2024. Once again, you're welcome to DataFest 2024 Nairobi. Thank you so much.